How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Some idea.
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is where we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. And we do this because I believe that the radical revolutionary far left are the most dangerous thing that we are facing in the world today. And I have this crazy idea that if you don't understand your enemy, you can never defeat them. So we listen to the most hardcore radical revolutionary socialists we can find. We are not watching Democrats on Socialism Saturday. Democrats are not socialists. They are not communists. We are not watching progressives or liberals on Socialism Saturday. Progressives and liberals are not socialists. They're not communists. We don't even really watch that much of the Democratic Socialists of America on Socialism Saturday, because to real radical revolutionary socialists, they don't consider the DSA to be real socialists. And so we go to the farthest left extreme. We watch the people who are pushing every crazy idea in the world today. If you want to know who's organizing the mass protests, the pro-Palestine protests, or what the conservative right wrongfully calls the pro-Hamas protests, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who is pushing critical race theory in schools and gender ideology in schools, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who did Drag Queen Story Hour, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who does environmental justice, climate change stuff, hey, guess what? It's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who is doing abolish the police, defund the police, Black Lives Matter, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. Literally every crazy idea in the world today can be traced back to an origin point, and it is the radical revolutionary far left. We focus on America, but this stuff has been happening all over the world. And I have a Valentine's Day special for people. I know Valentine's Day was yesterday, but Saturday is today, so we had to wait. You know, last year we watched a presentation about how love is a form of capitalism. And that presentation was great. I really enjoyed that. And I was thinking about actually thinking about doing a socialism light stream today. I was thinking about watching Michael Moore's documentary, Capitalism, A Love Story, just because the title is so perfect. And it's Michael Moore, so he's more of a DSA person. It's not real radical revolutionary far left. And I've actually never seen Capitalism, A Love Story. So I was like, maybe we can watch that for Socialism Saturday, have a little bit of a lighter day. But no, I discarded that idea. Because, we don't do socialism light on major occasions like this. We're just going to jump right into it. We're really going to go for it. We're going to talk about sex work. We are going to talk about sex work. That is what we're talking about today. Because to the radical revolutionary far left, sex work is work. They do consider it to be... it's a weird thing, because I think that the left uses sex work as kind of a critique of capitalism. It's like sex work is a very capitalist enterprise, right? But also you can make the argument sex work is inherently exploitative. And so it's like they're kind of showing up and talking about how sex work via capitalism is inherently exploitative. See, Brian, are you starting off retard day on my chat already? Like, I've only been streaming for like 2 minutes, bro. Are you bringing retardia into my chat already? Interesting, a socialist using YouTube and getting paid by a capitalist company. Brian, I've got some bad news for you, bro. I've got some real bad news. We require at least an IQ of 100 to be in my audience. And based on this chat alone, we already know that your IQ is not high enough in order to qualify to be in my audience. For several reasons, Brian, and let me explain. Because if you had sat your ass down and listened for more than 30 seconds before you started spewing your fucking feelings all over my chat, what you probably would have figured out is, I'm not a socialist. I'm not a communist. Brian, no matter how far right you think you are on the political spectrum, I promise I am further right than you are. I am a literal fucking fascist. So you think you're owning the libs by coming in here? Hey guys, why are you supporting socialism with capitalism? Do you know how fucking stupid you sound to us? You are also proving to us that you haven't even done your basic homework, which is to read the Communist Manifesto, because literally in Chapter 2 of the Communist Manifesto, it clearly, unequivocally states that communists and socialists are allowed to use capitalism because they live in a capitalist world and their only job is to use capitalism in order to overthrow the system, but they have to survive in capitalism, so they're allowed to use it. So Brian, we now know your IQ level, and if you cause any more fucking problems in my chat, we're just going to remove you because, again, we keep a level of decorum here. This is not a place for stupid people. You may have missed your turn onto Fox News or the Daily Wire or the Blaze or Stephen Crowder or something like that. You can feel free to leave at any time, but if you disrupt my chat again with your bullshit, we're just going to remove you. All right. I don't normally have to do the retard warning that earlier. Wasn't last week nice? Can we just, hang on a second. Can we just go back to last week for a second? Can we just go back to last week for a second? Last week when there were like literally 0 retard interruptions in the entire stream, and it was so nice. It was so great. We actually got to focus on just like socialism and, maybe we had but there were 0 retard interruptions. And we're already starting off this week with a retard interruption, and I don't like it because we do serious work here. And every time I have to put a conservative retard in their place because they don't know how to listen, it's like, bro, like, what are we even doing? What are we even doing? Anyway, we will be learning about sex work this week in honor of Valentine's Day. And I've got a couple presentations pulled up that we're going to watch. First, I have this presentation from the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. The Seattle Revolutionary Socialists are an extremely far-left socialist group in, you guessed it, Seattle. This presentation is from 3 years ago, but we actually like the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. And so we're going to watch them. Okay. And so we're going to watch that, but this is only about 37 minutes, so it's a little bit short for us. It's cramping our style a little bit. So I went and found a second presentation, and this is from our old friends at Haymarket Books, and this was actually from the Socialism 2023 conference, which I was at in person. But I didn't go to this presentation because I was trying not to go to presentations that were live streamed because obviously we would have access to the live streams later. So this is from the Socialism 2023 conference, Sex Work, Policing, and Border Abolition. So that's covering like 3 major socialist topics: sex work, abolishing the police, and abolishing borders. Also relevant to what's going on now. So we got 2 presentations to watch today that should give us some insight into the socialist mind, all about sex work in honor of Valentine's Day. And that's what we're going to be doing tonight, guys. Now, before we get into that, a couple orders of business. First off, can I tell you guys about my new project? So I've been kind of previewing this week. I've been trying to figure out a way to bring together all the different things that I want to do and have all of my information about the far left in one place. Because what people need to understand about what I do is that, are we messing around on the internet? Yeah, we're messing around a little bit on the internet. But what I'm actually doing is I'm doing a type of qualitative data analysis because I'm a qualitative researcher. What that means is when I do research, I don't do polls and statistics. I actually go out and I collect human experiences and I collect trends and I look for themes like things that just show up over and over and over again. It's like a pattern recognition thing where if you see the word whiteness showing up against the word capitalism over and 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 over again, oh, Brian, you're still being a retard. You're still being a retard. I'm very sorry, bro. We have to show you the door now. Goodbye. So if you're seeing the same theme show up over and over and over again, that's something you want to start paying attention to. So what I do when I'm watching the socialist information, when I'm reading it, when I'm talking about it online, I'm doing a form of qualitative data analysis. Now, this is actually really difficult. Qualitative data analysis is actually just like, it is a very high labor intensive thing to do. I enjoy it just from like the perspective of like, I feel like I'm piecing together a puzzle and stuff like that. But a challenge that I've had for literally years now is not having all my stuff in the same place and not being able to organize information in the way that I wanted to organize it. And I finally had a fucking epiphany, and I'm kicking myself for not doing this earlier. Honestly, I was like, you know what the very best way the very best tool that you can use to do this is Discord. I have been rebelling against Discord for years and years, and I have a supporter Discord, but like my supporters set that up for me, and they were like, Carlin, we're gonna drag you into this kicking and screaming. I was like, no, I don't want to, but they did it anyway, and so that works out well. And so, I've used it over the years, but I never really fully embraced it until now. And so what I'm doing is I am setting up a fucking command center in a new Discord that I'm building out right now called the Red Menace Collective. And this is going to be a Discord that people are going to be able to join, just not yet because I'm still setting it up, okay? But let me show you. So this started as something where I was like, listen, we've got all these fucking zines. Can I just organize these zines by year? Because, like, that's really what I need to do in order to do qualitative data analysis. I need to be able to look at a timeline to say, this zine came out in the 90s, that influenced this, that influenced this, that influenced this, that influenced this. This has been a near fucking impossibility. I've tried so many methods just to create a simple timeline of this stuff, and nothing has worked and been efficient in a way that I can actually analyze. So I set it all up in Discord. And over the past couple days, I have literally spent, and you guys can see, like, many hours loading over 500 zines into this Discord, organized by year. In some cases, I organize it by the publication because I have more than one of them and I kind of want to keep them all in the same place too. And so this started out as something to organize the zines by year and by publication so I could actually analyze them and keep them in a place where I can look at everything at the same time. So that was number one. And then I was like, why don't I just add all the anarchist stuff that I've also got, because I have all this like anarchist literature, and I was like, let's organize that by year as well, because, you know, shockingly, like, anarchists are not the most organized people in the world. And so, like, when we've been looking at anarchist literature and queer anarcho-communist literature, it's like all over the fucking place. We can't discern what came before what. Like, we don't have it mapped out in any sort of way that's useful. So I was like, you know, we're doing the zine stuff. Why don't we do this too? And then, and this is the real game changer. Check this out. Then I started adding bots to the Discord. And so now what I have on the Discord, just to cut to the chase, check this out. We got a couple things. I have the Blue Sky accounts of all the major socialists that I follow over on Blue Sky are now beaming into this Discord. Because, again, one of the challenges that I've had in terms of, like, analyzing this data is I have to go to all these different web pages, I have to go to all these different YouTube channels, I have to go to all these different Blue Sky accounts, and all of this is distributed over the internet, so it's like I can't possibly keep up with all of it. Now, I have everything beaming right into Discord. I've got their Blue Sky accounts beaming into Discord. I've got their websites beaming into Discord, so the Discord will update every single time they post new content to their websites. I've got their YouTube channels beaming into Discord, so every single time Haymarket Books or Sophie or anyone like that posts a new video on YouTube, I've got that beaming into the Discord, and we can add whatever the fuck we want. And this is going to be our command center for taking all of this information that's all over the internet about what all these socialist groups are doing that we've always had access to, and beaming it all right into one place like a command center. So, for example, I can go under this group that I have in the Discord with this is the Antifa groups, and I can see what are the Antifa groups posting on Blue Sky in real time. So you can see these are the Antifa groups over on Blue Sky, the ones that I found so far anyway. We can always add more, and we can see their tweets in real time. Hey, look, Emmy O'Brien just posted on Blue Sky. What is Emmy O'Brien talking about over on Blue Sky literally right now? What's Jesse Hagopian talking about over on Blue Sky literally right now? Jesse Hagopian's talking about education over on Blue Sky. Look at this. Boom. Jesse Hagopian is one of the far left teacher activists that pushes all the crazy shit into schools. The right is focused on education, banning books and defunding schools. The left is blah, 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 blah. It may not be exciting, but listen, it's all in one fucking place. I no longer have to have a Twitter list, a Blue Sky list, my YouTube subscriptions, all the fucking different websites. Now it's all in one master command center, along with a massive archive of all the fucking zines that we've been collecting, of all the anarchist literature that we've been collecting. This is game-changing, guys. And I know that unless you're really wonky about this stuff, you might not find this exciting. I find this exciting. This is going to make my life so much easier. And you guys are going to get access to it too. So what I do want to do when I've gotten the Discord into a certain place, there's still some stuff I want to do because I need to have this set up in a very specific way in order for it to be useful to me. Not that this is all about me, but it is my Discord. And so I need to have it be useful to me first. And so I'm setting it up in a very specific way. But anyone's going to be able to join this Discord. It's going to be a free thing that people can join. It is going to be different from the supporter Discord in that respect, and have access to the archives and have access to the information and have access to the command center. I just have to be really careful about the permissions so that you guys don't fuck up my shit, okay? We're going to have some conversations about who is allowed to actually mess with the Discord and who is not allowed to mess with the Discord and how you're allowed to mess with the Discord, because like, this could go horribly wrong if people start fucking around in the Discord, but as long as everyone just follows some basic rules and we have some basic permissions where some people, if I don't, let me be clear, if I don't know you, I will give you access to look at the Discord. You ain't posting nothing, okay? So you have to kind of prove yourself that you are worthy of being able to have access to the full breadth of the thing. And so we're going to go through a process for that and we're going to figure it out. But I'm so excited about this. I can't even tell you guys. It's so great. I'm still adding stuff to it, but man, it's like, look, we're going to be able to see every time Antifa publishes a new thing on their website. That's what Crime Think is. We're going to be able to see every time Pinko publishes a new thing, because Pinko has now got some new book out about like the future Marxist utopia. We're going to be able to see every time the Socialism Conference adds to their SoundCloud, because this is a thing that, like, I didn't even know the Socialism Conference uploaded all their sessions to the SoundCloud. Guess what? Now we've got a fucking RSS feed from the Socialism Conference's SoundCloud into our Discord so we can see all this shit in real time. This is going to make this so much, we're going to be able to move so much faster because we're not going to be constantly in a game of catch up where we're like, oh wow, Haymarket Books posted a new video 2 weeks ago. I didn't even know about that because it didn't show up on my YouTube subscriptions because YouTube sucks. We have a workaround, and it is glorious, and I'm very excited about this, and so that's what I want to share with you guys. This is a big project, and it is. Yeah, see, Reagan understands. Reagan, people like Reagan, we understand the pain that we have been experiencing for years now, trying to organize all this information. And Reagan, I was just thinking, why don't we create an archive of all the clips that you guys are creating? Why don't we use this to also archive all those clips? We were going to do it in the wiki. I think it's going to be easier to do it here. So we can make an archive by category. We can do like, this is a clip about, I don't know, racism. This is a clip about gender. This is a clip about queer, whatever. We can make all these different categories just to archive all the fucking clips in one place so that we can all have access to that information. I think it's going to be awesome. Hey, Kevin Michael in with a power chat. Now, I don't have Power Chat up to where it displays on the screen, but I do see it, guys. Kevin Michael over on Power Chat says, I'm totally supporting your epic pawn of the far left. Hey, thank you. That'll be our first super chat of the day. Let's bring up the goal. We do have a $100 super chat goal on Socialism Saturday, guys. I do like to hit that goal relatively early on. So if you appreciate the work I'm doing and you want to support it, please feel free to send in a $5 super chat, $10 super chat, $100 super chat. Kevin Michael just used Power Chat. Power Chat is pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube and Rumble. It's also in the description below. If you prefer to use that, you can also super chat on Rumble and on YouTube, whichever way works best for you guys. But I do have all the different options if you'd like to support the work there. And I just think this is going to be so fucking cool. I'm so excited about it. So that's one thing that I've been working on. Also, to let you guys know, I do have my book is coming out. Here it is. This band won't be on it. This is a proofing copy, so ignore that band. But it is done, and it will be released to the public on Tuesday. This is A Brief History of Racism. This is a short little book I wrote. It's only about 20,000 words. It's a really quick read. And what this book is about is I trace the origination of the term racism with the original definitions, and I go from the time the term racism was coined all the way up to present day. So basically, we're seeing how a word gets defined and how the definition gets manipulated through the decades with all the different political schemes that have been played around this word. This was a fascinating topic to research. I really, really enjoyed it, and that's why I decided to put it out as a book. And so this is my first book that we've published via the Red Menace Collective, or Red Menace Press, which is my publishing company. Check that out. And members of the Red Menace Collective Substack can actually download their digital copy now, because that's one of the perks you get when you support my work over on that particular Substack. You get a digital copy of all my books, like as they're being written, and then everyone else is going to be able to buy it on paperback and on Kindle starting on Tuesday. Well, I guess you can pre-order it now, but it'll be out on Tuesday, so we're not doing a long pre-order period or anything like that. I just wanted the book out, and I really hope people enjoy this book. So if you want to read it now, you can head over to redmenacecollective.substack.com. If you want to wait for it to come out on Amazon on Tuesday, that's fine too. Whatever's clever. But I'm really looking forward to you guys reading it. I think you're gonna like it, and I appreciate everyone that supported me to get this book out. And I've already got so many more books planned. Now that I've gotten the one book published through my own publishing company, I'm like, now I know how to do this. It's not so daunting anymore. It's not so overwhelming. So I'm really excited about that. Trendlin says, made it to my building, got to leave to see the water damage. Oh, have fun, Trendlin. Trendlin has been keeping me updated on the Queer Rope Conference, which we are still going to be doing. I haven't forgotten about that. Don't worry. And then, of course, the best way to support the work I'm doing, you always got to make sure you're a member on my main Substack. This is different from the Red Menace Collective Substack. This is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. On this Substack, you get a variety of perks, including access to my supporter Discord, which is not the same as the Discord I was just showing you. The supporter Discord is where we hold movie nights 2 nights a week. We do them on Sundays. We do them on Mondays. We're going to be watching Starman from 1984 tomorrow night in the Discord with Jennifer at 8 p.m. That's like a romance movie from the 80s because it's a romantic movie month. Mac B is showing a movie on Monday at 9 p.m. I do not remember which one he's showing off the top of my head, but Mac B always picks out great movies, and so I'm sure that's going to be great. We also have Zoom calls that we do on Mondays at 7 p.m. for exclusively for supporters. There are some other supporter perks as well, and of course, I'm completely grassroots funded by you guys, and so all of your donations, your support on all these websites, it does help keep me growing. It helps keep the work going. It helps provide me the time to be able to do all this stuff, which I really, really do appreciate. And so, yeah, head over to carlin.substack.com if you would like to support my work over there. And let's see. I just want to see. We're actually getting like updates on this Discord as I'm even talking to you guys. So check this out. This Blue Sky account called No Gods, No Masters. This is a communist Blue Sky account. It posts communist propaganda. Dump the bosses off your back. Oh, look at that. Haymarket Books has also just posted. Haymarket Books retweeting Jesse Hagopian. Oh, look at that. It's like these people all work together. I love this so much. I love this so much. Look, we've got other people posting about other like this is prison culture over on Blue Sky. I don't know what that is, but someone's posting about it. So I'm in love. I am in love. I'm in love. All right, who is new to Socialism Saturday? Do we have any newbies today that have never been to a Socialism Saturday before? If you are new to Socialism Saturday, we do ask that you let us know that you're new, and the reason that we ask that you let us know that you're new is because Socialism Saturday, when you first start attending, can be a little bit overwhelming. There are people here who have been watching socialism with me for like over 3 years, okay? And so those people are in a very different place with it than someone who might be tuning in for the first time. That's not to say that that's wrong or bad. We were all new at this once, but the thing of it is socialists speak a very distinct language, and you have to get used to learning that language and speaking that language over time. So if you let us know that that you're new, we can give you just a little bit of like special attention to help you out, because it can be a little bit overwhelming, and we want you to be successful and we want you to learn. But we also do have some guidelines for anyone that might not, have been here before, because this stream does run a little bit differently than other streams I do. So let me tell you about the guidelines. These are our rules for Socialism Saturday. So number 1, even though we do have fun, we do joke around, I may even drink a beer on the stream. Oh my God, I know that's shocking. We do take this seriously, and this is a class and a research group. Okay, so while we do, kind of welcome people making it a little lighthearted because it makes the socialism easier to watch. We do ask people to take this seriously, because this is one of those things where we are actively listening. We are trying to pay attention. What I need everyone to picture is that you are sitting in a real world classroom. Okay, you are in a classroom. I am giving you a class for free. I am the teacher of the class. You are the student in the class. Now, you would never walk into a real world classroom and sit down and then start yelling at the teacher and insulting the teacher and throwing shit at the wall, because that would be absurd and very disrespectful. If you wouldn't do it in real life, don't do it here. Okay? Respect the sanctity of it. There are a lot of people who do this for hours a week with me. We do all want, we want this to be a place where we can all learn and, figure out what's going on, because no one else is covering this stuff like I am. So we do have to have a little bit of a serious decorum, but it's okay to joke and stuff, but if I tell you to stop doing something, please stop doing it, because there is a method to my madness. I know how this works, and you're just gonna have to trust me if you're new, because you will see how it all plays out eventually. Number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I am the queen fascist dictator of this YouTube channel. I can do whatever I want. I can say whatever I want. But if you are not causing problems, the chances that you will have a problem with me are pretty low. Okay? So don't be a dick. No one likes it. You're disrupting the chat. It's not productive. Also, no whining. If I tell you to stop doing something, just stop doing it. I don't want to hear whining. I don't want to hear complaining. I don't want to hear rationalization. I don't want to hear, I'm not doing that thing you told me to stop doing, because you are doing it. That's why I asked you to stop doing it in the first place. Just stop. It doesn't need to be a discussion. You're not going to win the battle. I'm going to win, because I am the queen fascist dictator of this YouTube channel. Number 4. This is the most important thing. Our job is to listen to what the left is saying. We are not listening to debunk them. We are not listening to create clickbait outrage content. We are listening to understand how the left sees the world in a way that they would agree with, okay? And so in order to do that, and a lot of people just don't actively listen day to day to what other people are saying, we need to really focus in, and I'm going to ask people, please refrain from debunking them. As you saw earlier in the stream with Brian, who is now permanently banned off the channel, he came in and said, oh, you're a socialist and you use capitalism. Well, of course, he's wrong that I'm a socialist, because he wasn't listening. He's also wrong that socialists aren't allowed to use capitalism, because they explicitly are. And it's like, do you think we've never heard that before? Do you think we've never heard the debunking before? Do you think we've never heard, don't you know real socialism hasn't been tried? I promise you guys, debunking has never done anything to solve this problem. Debunking will never change the minds of the far left. We are trying a different strategy, which is to listen to them and to understand how they see the world. And every time you spend time debunking them is a time that you are not spending listening to them. Number 5, you've already seen it demonstrated on this stream, but if you break my rules and disrespect me, you will be banned, and it'll happen quickly, and it'll probably happen quicker than you expect, because I don't care about appealing to all the retards of the internet. I want only the smart people, and if you're not going to behave with a certain level of decorum, I don't want you here. Okay, that's it. Let me know if you guys have questions about that. In the meantime, we are going to pull up our first presentation of the day. Everyone, make sure to mount the like button for me if you would be so kind. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. If you are not already, we do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Normally, I stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Let me get my thing set up here. Bing. There we go. We've got our banner. All right. The first presentation we're going to be watching today is from the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. It is from 3 years ago. So we have to keep that in mind. This is a little bit older, but not too old. It is called Sex Work is Work, a Marxist Take. The subject of sex work is hugely contentious among feminists and socialists. How are we to understand sex work through the lens of Marxist labor theory? And more importantly, why is sex work a form of labor that socialists and feminists should support? So this is what we're listening to first, guys. This is about 40 minutes long. We've got another update after, or another video to watch after this. So let's jump right into it and get started.
And just so everyone knows, the recording will be focused on the presentations, so don't worry as a listener. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce Savannah and Shira, who we are very delighted and lucky to have. Between the two of you, do you know who wants to speak first?
I think I'll go first.
Okay, great. So Savannah, I'll introduce you with the bio I have for you. You can correct me if anything's...
Naruto, and with the super chat, I saw the RCA uploaded a video titled "We Need to Fight Trump and the Liberals." I did see that, Naruto, and actually I almost watched that today for Socialism Saturday, and then I decided to do the sex work thing for Valentine's Day, but I did see that, and maybe we will watch that this week. Thanks for the super chat.
Incorrect. So Savannah Sly is a musician, dominatrix, and sex worker rights advocate who resides in Seattle. She became active in grassroots advocacy for sex worker rights in 2013. Compelled to respond to sensational sex trafficking narratives used as a justification to increase policing and surveillance, Savannah became a community organizer with SWAP Seattle, or Sex Workers Outreach Project. She later went on to serve as board president of SWAP USA from 2015 to 2017.
You know what's funny? So one of the things I like about loading all the zines into this Discord is I'm looking at all of the zine titles as I'm loading them, and it's actually giving me a good overview of the information. There is absolutely a zine called SWAP, and I didn't know what SWAP meant. And now I know it's a reference to sex work. So we have sex work zines already loaded in our new Discord.
Then Savannah has served as an organizer for the ACLU of Washington and as a national coordinator for the Old Pro Project. Sly's debut album, Independent Means, was released in December 2019 and is dedicated to sex workers everywhere. And you can find out more about Savannah at savannahsly.com.
Thanks so much. And thanks so much for having this discussion. The question has come up, how can you stand in solidarity with sex workers and be good allies? And I think just inviting us into these spaces and having these complicated conversations with us is a great place to start. I do want to start with the fact that sex work is complicated. It's not, people tend to want to, like for instance, see all sex work is inherently violent and everybody's a victim of exploitation, or it's all, empowered workers who are making good money and we all love our jobs and we're all quote unquote happy hookers. It's not like that. There's sex work involves people from every rung of the socioeconomic ladder, every walk of life, every moment in a person's life, from the good to the bad. And sex workers, what is common amongst all sex workers is that we are vulnerable to violence and coercion of all different forms, and state violence as well, largely due to what kind of criminal status we might carry due to the work we do. Sex work, so you know what we're talking about, is a very broad term. Sex work is an umbrella phrase that we use to describe all exchanges of erotic or sexual services for something of value. So
you guys are already learning something new, right? Sex work isn't just sex. It's so much broader than that.
The most obvious type might be what we think of as common prostitution, which would be the exchange of sex for money. But many of us think of sex work as a broader transaction. For instance, it could be somebody who's trading a hand job for a place to stay for the night, fairly informal. Sex work is not always in person. It doesn't always involve sex. Phone sex operators are a thing. There's a lot of internet providers now. There's a heavy companionship component to sex work that people don't really discuss much. There's a lot of people with alternative or uncommon sexualities that come and get their erotic needs met from providers that might have nothing to do with conventional.
Raven's Poetry in with the power chat for $25 says, keep up the great work. Thank you, Raven's Poetry. I appreciate the support.
Sex, people who are fetishists, things like that, or people who are queer and exploring their identities. So sex work is really broad, and thus really hard to figure out what to do about it, because people have really mixed experiences in the sex trade. Most sex workers, as I said, sex workers are very vulnerable as a population. I personally would argue that it's because of the heavy stigma placed on sex work, as well as the laws, the criminalization and kind of punishment put on sex workers for trying to make ends meet. I would say that those are driving factors to vulnerabilities of sex workers, but also people come into sex work usually people come into sex work for a lot of different reasons. Some people, at this point, it's like a common word. The phrase sex work was coined in the 70s by a Bay Area activist named Carol Lee, the Scarlet Harlot, and she coined the phrase sex work to give us some labor context to what we're doing. Sex workers are, that's right, Scout, sparkle fingers for yes. Sex workers are an unrecognized labor force. We call it work because it is work. We're here to get something out of it. We're not just doing this for fun. Sure, some of us have fun. Some of us really like our jobs. But a lot of people would turn to sex work because it might be the best or only option to really meet their needs at the time. And doing sex work out of desperation can be a really harrowing experience, especially if you're in a toxic relationship with somebody who might be manipulating you or taking your earnings or forcing you to work. Everybody's heard of like pimping and sex trafficking. Those are complicated dynamics that usually involve a person being vulnerable in the first place to exploitation. The classic example could be a very young person. Familial sex trafficking is not uncommon. If a family is in dire straits financially, or if there are issues at home related to mental health or substance or cycles of violence, a child could be vulnerable to being exploited by their family members, and that's not uncommon. But then there's also the reality that young people...
Wait. I was told by James Lindsay that all socialists and all communists wanted to groom children for sex work, but here I happen to see a communist talking about the subject of sex work and saying explicitly that children are being exploited by it. So why would they say that if they were just trying to groom all children to sex work? The answer is they wouldn't. Because although sexualizing children is a thing that happens, it's not actually the goal of what the left does. It's just a thing that happens. And I'm not trying to diminish it by saying that. What I am saying is sexualizing children is not what their primary goal is. Their primary goal is to abolish gender in the nuclear family. That's why they actually do this stuff. And it is important to understand the distinction of that. And, I got into this argument yesterday on Twitter with someone where I was posting images of these zines that I was archiving in this Discord. And of course, I get a conservative responding, "This is all about porn and baby. And I was like, no, it's actually not about porn at all. It's about abolishing gender and this other thing. This really upset the conservative because they just wanted to hear that it was all about porn and that was all it was about. And they want to ignore the bigger picture of what this actually is. So sadly and unfortunately, there are instances where children do get sexualized, not just by the left, by the way. The right does this too. I give you the Catholic Church as an example of this. There are instances where this happens, but we need to make sure that in our analysis of it, we're focusing on what the left actually says. And I have heard leftists on numerous occasions actually speak out against the sexualization of children. So every single time that conservatives want to boil it down to is just all about sexualization, that's just wrong. It is just wrong. I understand it makes your best talking point. I understand it gets your outrage clicks. People get their dopamine hits for feeling morally superior on social media, but it is just wrong. And if that is all you think the left is doing, then you are missing a much bigger picture that is extremely detrimental.
Are sometimes faced with grown-up decisions. I know numerous people who are now adult sex workers who started as minors because somebody needed to put bread on the table. And so they decided to go and engage in some form of sex work to support their siblings or their parents or themselves. That is also not uncommon. When we talk about sex trafficking, federally, it's defined as somebody who is it brought into sex work through force or fraud or coercion. So that could be trickery, literally physically forcing somebody, maybe an immigrant who comes to the country and their passport or their IDs are taken, or they're threatened with deportation. That's a form of coercion. Immigrants are especially undocumented immigrants, are very vulnerable to exploitation, not just in the sex trade, but in all labor sectors, as we know, which is another reason we need to recognize sex workers' rights. I'm just going to put a little aside there. But where was I? Anyways, yeah, force, fraud, or coercion, or if somebody's under the age of 18. All minors are automatically considered victims of sex trafficking, which makes sense given how we view minors and sexuality in our country. And most sex worker rights advocates don't oppose that, but we also don't think it's right that youth should be subject to arrest, or that we should lean on law enforcement as the agents who would identify, detain, and deliver youth to services.
Okay, so this is an important distinction that just got made. We've heard them say this before, and I really want to make sure everyone understands what the argument is. Because to some conservatives who want to think that this is all about sexualizing children, what you may have just heard is this person approves of children doing sex work. That's not what was said. What was said is if children are forced into a position of doing this, they should not be subject to arrest by the police. They should not be subject to additional punishment by the police. That is the nuance. And I didn't always understand this nuance, but then I listened and I learned, and I do understand it now, which is they're not saying, they are not promoting the sexualization of children. What they're saying is if children are put in a position of being sex workers because they're being exploited for reason X, Y, B, and Z, they should not have to suffer additional punishment at the hands of being arrested by the police for being put in that that position of being exploited. That is what the argument is. I just want you to listen to this again so that you understand this.
I'm just going to put a little aside there. But where was I? Anyways, yeah, force, fraud, or coercion, or if somebody's under the age of 18. All minors are automatically considered victims of sex trafficking, which makes sense given how we view minors and sexuality in our country. And most sex worker rights advocates don't oppose that, but we also don't think it's right that youth should be subject to arrest, or that we should lean on law enforcement as the agents who would identify, detain, and deliver youth to services. A lot of youth in the sex trade, I mean, a lot of people in the sex trade, because of the circumstances we talked about, might be people of color, might be people who are, their level of ability prevents them from having a regular routine job. They could be migrants, as we discussed. People who are queer, a lot of queer people in the sex trade. Do we want the police being first responders for these people who are having to experience hard realities and just try and make ends meet? A lot of us would say no. You guys all asked some really great questions. I took as many notes on my phone as I could. I definitely want to talk about how the pandemic has affected sex workers. I want to give you a status update as to what's going on locally and nationally. I want to talk about some really shitty federal legislation that passed in 2016 that really kicked all of our asses. And then I want to talk about our organizing efforts. But I'll just tirade if I don't stop myself now. And I have a fabulous co-presenter, Shira Cole, who does amazing work on behalf of strippers. And I do want to say, when we're talking about sex work, we're talking about criminalized people, prostitution, criminal, stripping, legalized. So sex work is in various legal frameworks. And so Shira is going to share a little more about the other side of the coin.
Hi, everybody. I love everything that Savannah says. She's great. Well, one thing that I think that might make it easier to visualize is there's 4 different ways to for a government to approach sex work. They can criminalize both the customers and the workers, which is what they do almost most of the United States. And then there's what they call the Nordic model, which is where they don't actually go out seeking to arrest the workers, but instead they go after the customers. And that's what they've been mostly doing, although they've been doing a mixture of both models here in Seattle. So there's the traditional criminalization where they arrest the workers and the customers and anybody that like offers services, for example, like a strip club or a security guard. And then there's where they only go after the customers, which was called the Nordic model or end demand. And then there's legalization, and then there's decriminalization. So what we've always been advocating for is decriminalization. And that doesn't mean that there would be no labor protections. There could still be labor protections. So I think somebody asked the difference between legalization and decriminalization. Well, and somebody else asked what else is going on in the rest of the world. Well, one thing that's going on is, for example, in some European countries, they are just doing the Nordic model, which is where they just go after the customers. And then in a lot of countries, they're going after both the customers and the workers. And I will say that those four models, of course, probably the worst one is where they go after the workers and the customers. And then there's this theory that it's okay to go after the customers as long as you don't go after the workers. But I'm going to tell you from my own firsthand experience that actually is almost more harmful. It's either as harmful or more harmful than going after both of us. Because when I was a baby stripper in 2006, I was actually arrested twice at the club. And some of my charges were things that I would have legally done in other states, for example, a topless dance or illegal touching. And but I was making so much money because they weren't going after the customers back then. We had a lot of customers. I was making over $100 an hour after I paid my fees. It was great. It was nothing to go to court for me. I paid my fees. I went to court, a slap on the wrist, whatever. But what happened was for at least the stripping industry, beginning in about 2014, is we saw less and less customers come into the club. And I saw with my own eyes, I was like, I never got arrested anymore. I almost never saw police come into the club, but I just struggled to make money. It came to a point where I would try different clubs. I'd go all over the city working at different clubs, and there was just no customers anywhere. It came to a point where my house fees were what I was making. So I was going home with nothing. And so this idea that the Nordic model is okay because it's stopping bad customers is completely false, and it's very harmful. And it's one reason why I've tried to go back to the clubs now, and they're near impossible to work in. And a lot of the dancers that I know that I've worked with over the years have stopped dancing because of this push against clientele. And so what we're asked, to answer another question that I think Fiora asked was, how can you stand in solidarity? Anything in the direction of decrim, but not legalization would help. And I mean, we could get more specific about the details, but that is generally what we would like. And you might wonder what's the difference between legalization and decriminalization is actually Savannah's very good at this. Look
at that kid. Look at that kid.
What was that?
You're good at it too.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so legalization, basically, you can almost see what's going on, in Seattle. Like it's kind of legalized. It's very narrow what you can do here in Seattle. You can work at a strip club and Cavalli, thank you. Can you go back in the room? Okay, I'm gonna have a meeting. Okay. Okay, sorry. It's very narrow as to what you can do. And because of that, and also because you have to have a very rare license to operate a club, that there's almost all the clubs are owned by the same company, and they extort the hell out of us. Our rent is anywhere from, and it's not even just the base rent. Our base rent is $100 plus a night. And then over the years, since one of the ownerships was taken down and there was no more competition between the two clubs for our contracts, they've figured out a way to take over half of our earnings as fees for renting space. And I mean, we don't take up that much space, right? And so that one way to actually visualize what legalization does is it creates it creates a platform where, and this has happened in, where is it fully, well, not, I shouldn't say fully, where is it legalized in Europe, Savannah? Do you know what country?
In the Netherlands?
Yeah, or is it decriminalized in the Netherlands?
Legalized.
Okay, so what I've been told is that where it's fully legalized is that it's such narrow pathways that a lot of people end up still operating illegally, and then they're still subject to the same forces that they are in countries that it's not. And so
really just hit the nail on the head there, Shira, with the difference between legalization and decriminalization. We can think about the cannabis industry and what we saw here. So remember that golden era of medical, where there was pot shops everywhere, and yeah, you had to go, like, there was very low bar to entry to, they stopped arresting people for weed basically while they were trying to figure out the medical system. And now we have legalization, and I've worked in the legal cannabis industry, and it is really, really hard to stay legal. Legalization creates a narrow set of parameters by which the given activity is, you won't get arrested for it. But if you step outside of those parameters, you're still a criminal subject to arrest. And so for instance, with the legal cannabis market, like if I am, I was a salesperson, if I was selling weed to a store, it was a very complicated set of hoops that I had to jump through to legally sell that weed. And even if by accident I was caught driving off the wrong delivery route, or if I didn't have my papers together, if a cop pulled me over, I could be subject to arrest. And I would be drug trafficking, because legalization just makes it legal in certain situations. Decriminalization is the removal of criminal penalty. Just stop arresting people. Decriminalization isn't anti-regulation. It just brings things into the civil realm. So it doesn't mean, like, so if there was a brothel, it's like, there can be workplace standards, like there should be soap in the bathrooms, but people aren't going to be arrested if there's not soap in the bathrooms. You know what I mean? I worked in Australia for a little while, and they have both decriminalized and legalized situations down there. It was really, and criminalized, and they're making more progressive steps toward full decriminalization in different states in Australia. It's a great model to look at. But in most places, it was mandatory to use a condom for blowjobs and intercourse. Most workers favor this. It gives us some bargaining leverage to be like, no, you really must practice safer sex with us. That said, if somebody got caught not using a condom, they're not necessarily going to get arrested. They will get fined. If it's an assault situation, of course they're going to get arrested. Decriminalization does not mean that assault, rape, battery, kidnapping, all of those things are not crimes anymore. Those things all stay crimes. Decriminalization just means that the act of consensual commercial sex is no longer arrestable. And so why we think this is so important in the sex trade, why legalization is not what we favor, is because there are so many people who depend on making a living in the sex trade who would be unable to perform to the level of procedure required to be legal. So just for instance, let's say you have to get a license to be a stripper in Seattle. You must have a license, right, Shira?
So, what's kind of striking to me and what I'm thinking about is that neither of these women really sound like socialists to me, which I wasn't expecting. This is literally a presentation on the Seattle Revolutionary Socialist YouTube channel. Neither of these women really sound like socialists, though. So what's happened? Why don't these women sound like socialists? Well, what I think happened is that these women are sex workers, and they needed people to help protect their interests, and the only people who were speaking out and saying sex work should be legalized were the revolutionary socialists. So it's like that was the only place for them to go. if they want to have a way to advance their interests, then this is the group that's doing this. It's not necessarily that they have some deep affinity for leftism. It's not necessarily that they're fighting for communism. They just want to be able to do what they want to do. And you can have your feelings about whether or not you think it should be legalized or decriminalized or any of those things. I'm just not going to express an opinion on it because I'm going to piss someone off no matter what I say. So my personal opinion doesn't really matter. It's about the analysis of it. But like, it's just interesting to me that like the left is able to do this. The left is able to attract people over to their side who are not necessarily leftists. They're just not. But that's the only place kind of available to them because it's the only place that's kind of supporting what they want. Am I making the argument that the right should support sex work? No, I'm not making that argument either. But I do think that it is a lot easier for the left to capture people who are not necessarily politically inclined than it is for the right, just because of how judgmental the right is about absolutely everything. And it's like, you know, I mean, in theory, and again, I'm not making this argument, but I'm just kind of thinking out loud. In theory, if the right is in favor of individual liberties, then people really should be able to do whatever they want with their body. And that includes selling it. And again, I'm not in favor of this stuff. I think OnlyFans women are whores. I definitely think prostitutes are whores. I think that porn stars are whores. I am very, very judgmental of women who engage in this type of thing. I do not like it. I do not like it at all. But I notice that one side is recruiting people to their cause and getting them to, you know, join their struggle, and one side is not. And that's all I'm commenting on.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
So that means you got to A, have money to pay for a license, B, have the time and transportation to go and get one. If you have an outstanding warrant or other issues that might impede you from getting a license, there's lots of barriers to being a legal stripper. And same would absolutely go for all other forms of sex work. And actually stripping is legalized. That's why there are licenses. That's why strip clubs must be zoned in certain areas. And if you're caught doing something that's not allowed, as Shira demonstrated, you can get arrested. And we don't like that. We think it's really unfair. Also, for instance, like a red light district is a really popular example. And we talked about the Netherlands. In Amsterdam, the red light district is famous. It's pretty cool. I've been there. I've talked to the sex workers. Red light districts in themselves aren't necessarily bad, except if you can't get to the red light district. Like, let's say you live on the other side of town or the other side of the state. You know, let's say you have a family at home and you can't just abandon them to go and work in, let's say, a Nevada brothel. In certain counties in Nevada, prostitution is legal and there are brothels there, but there are quarantine rules, pre-COVID quarantine rules, where you must stay in that brothel for at least 2 weeks. You must be licensed and you're not allowed to be seen outside of that brothel past like nighttime hours. It's like they don't want women of the night walking around. So that's a lot of control to impose on somebody. And sex workers tend to be kind of my body, my choice people. And we don't want state control, especially when the state has been so violent towards us forever. So that's the difference between legalization and decriminalization. We are strong proponents of decriminalization, stop the arrests, leave consenting adults alone, and still pursue crimes, sex trafficking, rape, stuff like that.
I wanted to add that also the Nevada model is also really exploitive because it's so regulated that the girls they take the house ends up charging them so much money that they take less than half of their earnings, and it's a very exploitative model. But I do want to say that the legalized model works for some people. There are some people who really dig the legalized system. I mean, we would like to have room for different options. We're just really trying to move away from full criminalization. It's really not working. But I do want to, like, sex workers come from all walks. Sex workers have all different kinds of political opinions and perspectives. The sex worker rights movement
globally advocates for decriminalization, but you might talk to sex workers who really prefer a licensed system because they feel safer in it, and that's valid. But so lots of different kinds of people in this industry. Also want to touch real quick on the Nordic model that Shira talked about. The Nordic model has many names. It was originally called the Swedish model because it came out of Sweden. It's currently being called the equality model in the United States, which is really ironic because it is literally partial criminalization. As Shira was saying, under the Nordic model, in Sweden, sex workers are fully decriminalized. They cannot be arrested if they're caught selling sex. Clients are really cracked down on. This creates an economic siege for sex workers, essentially, because it cuts us off from our sorts of income. It reduces cash flow into our economy, and that drives up competition. It drives down prices. It decreases our bargaining power as workers. And as we have seen, so the Swedish Nordic model, equality model, is very inspirational to anti-prostitutionists in the USA. It has been really popular here in Washington, but not popular enough to actually decriminalize sex workers themselves. We are still subject to arrest, even here in King County. And by we, I'm generally talking about prostitution now, or any like illegal sex work as opposed to stripping. In King County, they have deprioritized the arrest of sex workers. But as we know, it just takes a changing of the political winds for that to be different. We want the surefire, like, legal code to change. And we would like to have our criminal status removed, also that of our clients. But yes, the Nordic model is inspirational to policymakers here. And the reason that we're telling you about it is because you'll probably see it come up in conversation if you follow this issue. We are opposed to it. For the reasons I mentioned. Also because, as I said at the very, very beginning of this, we can't look at sex work as a simple binary issue. It's not all bad, it's not all good. It's a lot of different things with a lot of different stories involved and circumstances. So we need to bring nuance to it, which is, you know, that makes it hard to solve issues of exploitation in the sex trade. What people tend to want to do is use broad brushstrokes to just, we're gonna stamp out sex trafficking. This is a war on sex trafficking. And so they do that with law enforcement. And they do that with censorship by taking down our websites. When we don't have clients, we make less money. That makes us more vulnerable to abuse. When we don't have websites to advertise on, it doesn't mean we just like hang up our heels and stop being sex workers. It means that we just have less safe places to advertise. Literally, website shutdowns have been shown to increase street prostitution. This happened, there was a chapter called Swap Sacramento in California that was really connected. They have a big 7-mile stroll there. A stroll is where outdoor sex work is exchanged. There was a really popular website a number of years ago called My Red Book, and it was a popular advertising site for the entire West Coast, especially California. And My Red Book, kind of like Backpage, kind of like websites here in Seattle, got shut down in the name of ending sex trafficking. Swap Sacramento's phone started ringing off the hook immediately. Where are the websites? Where am I going to advertise? Where am I going to find my clients? I need to make rent. It happened towards the end of the fucking month. And so literally people, sometimes for the first time, went out onto the street to go and try and find clients. Clients did the same thing. When Backpage got shut down, actually, this is when Shira, I think this is when Strippers Are Workers came into being, because shutting down websites, you're displacing sex workers, but you're also displacing clients. And so clients and sex workers will continue to try and find each other. They'll just do it in venues that are less appropriate for that. So that means dating websites, modeling websites, hotels, bars, and then strip clubs. Shira, can you tell us a little bit about what the clubs saw when Backpage got shut down?
Well, let's just say that it made it a lot more profitable to be a strip club owner, because now we had very little negotiating power. I actually would advertise on Backpage. I would do erotic massage, and I would advertise on Backpage. And when that got shut down, where am I going to go? I can't go anywhere now. Like, actually, I started on Craigslist. Craigslist was great because it was free. And then it got shut down. And then where's Backpage, where you had to pay for it, and it was $5 an ad, which doesn't sound like much. $3 a day. So see how criminalization just makes our feet up. And so I'll say that criminalizing, there's the criminalizing the worker, but then there's the criminalizing the customer, and then there's the criminalizing the services that we need. You know, this strip club we need, it's all we have right now. And that's one reason why they get away with charging us $100-$200 a night, because we can't go anywhere else. I used to say, screw you, you're gonna raise my rent, I'm gonna work from home. But I can't do that anymore. And so sorry about that.
Child interrupting again.
And so it's I will say that it's been really impossible. It gives you absolutely no negotiating power, and especially since they keep cracking down. Like, for example, in 2010 they shut, I don't know if you guys remember, but they shut down Frank Colacuccio. He's part of the mafia. They shut down all his clubs. Well, there goes all of the competition against Deja Vu to actually give us good working contracts. Before they got shut down, we actually had reasonable payouts, and now the payouts are 2 or 3 times as much. A lot of the services that you would just pay for, it's trafficking if you take money from a sex worker. So, for example, if we're going to pay, we can't pay a security guard because that's trafficking. So what does that mean? We can't pay for it. You know, we can't even.
Another thing I'm thinking about right now is we have heard, for people who have watched Queer Marxism with me, in almost every single queer presentation we watch, we listen to queer Marxists talk about the importance of sex work and protecting sex work, and sex work is work and stuff like that. And I just think it's interesting that, I mean, again, these are sex workers that are not talking like communists. They're sex workers that are using the communists to advance their interests, but they're not actually talking like communists. Is it possible that queer Marxism has tried to co-opt the sex work industry and uses it as a virtue signal to advance their interests? Is that possible? Like, because like when we see Marxists co-opt something, so you have a pre-existing culture, right? You have this pre-existing culture of sex workers, and they just want to do whatever they want to do and get paid, and they just want to be left alone, okay? When Marxism co-ops something, it comes into the existing culture and then starts to use that culture to virtue signal, be like, yes, sex work is work, we support that. And they do that to try to take it over and co-opt it. But it's like you still are able to see a differentiation between these are the sex workers and these are the queer Marxists. It's the same thing with the Free Palestine movement. The Free Palestine movement has existed forever. The Free Palestine movement was around when I was in college. That was a long-ass time ago, even though I'm 29, obviously. That was a long-ass time ago. We can see the difference between people who have always been Free Palestine, Free Palestine, Free Palestine is their number one issue, and that was their movement, and the social justice left coming in and co-opting the issue to use for themselves. There is a distinct difference between those two groups. Well, yeah, I mean, we actually almost watched a disability justice thing today. That is actually on the list. So yeah, I think they do also co-opt with the disability people. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just really surprised. Yep, like they're co-opting the churches. That's exactly right. They co-opt the language, they co-opt the protests, they co-opt the oppressed groups. I mean, I think we just need to make the assumption that, like, anytime we see queer showing up in, like, an existing movement, there is a really good chance that they're trying to co-opt that movement to use it to advance their interests. Annie! Carlin, you are great with the research. This is huge. Thank you for being so passionate and understandable. Thank you, Annie. I appreciate your support. Thank you for the super chat. Guys, we are $30 away from hitting the super chat goal. You can send in a super chat via YouTube. You can send in a super chat via Rumble. You can send in a super chat via Power Chat. The link is pinned to the top of the chat if you'd like to do that. You can also find it in the description below. Please help me meet my goal because you guys are the ones that allow me to spend all this time streaming stuff, and I really, really appreciate it.
We can't even use our own money, essentially. But that, I want to talk a little bit about specifically the strip club. Okay, so the strip club, somebody asked about how do you guys, you know, live in a community? And it's true, like this strip club was like the
Mizakan, I want to beam your book stuff in on Twitter into that Discord too. I'm gonna just start pulling in your posts into the Discord so we can have all that book stuff in there.
One place you could network. It's a
Joking
great community.
fan.
I mean,
Thank
when
you.
I started dancing when I was 21, and I had very little self-esteem. I couldn't keep it. The only jobs I could keep were, being a bus, not even a waitress, just a busser. And it finally gave me my self-esteem. It gave me a community of women to work with. It was great. It was probably that I considered the locker room more of my home than my own home. Like, I loved working with other women, and the more illegal they make the industry, the more they take away our places where we can gather and be a community. Like, there's this idea of a brothel being such a bad place, but if it was truly decriminalized and we did have the opportunity to work in a brothel, it would be a great community space for workers. So the strip club in Washington, so Washington is actually the only state in this whole country that does not allow alcohol in the strip clubs. So one thing that we are trying to get out of the city of Seattle is to let us serve alcohol. And this is really important because the clubs have no other way to generate revenue other than giving us a house fee, which is anywhere from $100 to $200, and then $100 to $200 a night. And a lot of times they tack on extra fees on top of that. And so we're trying to ask the city of Seattle to allow to write a letter because it's the Washington State Liquor Control Board that makes these decisions.
Hey,
so one thing that would be very amazing and very helpful is if we had support asking the city of Seattle to write that letter to the Liquor Control Board so that we could get alcohol. Because what we're asking them to do is not only ask for alcohol in the strip clubs, but also to pair it with caps on house fees, which theoretically you wouldn't need, but because it's so criminalized, there will still be the clubs will still have a monopoly. And so there's no other incentive for them to lower the house fees. So we're going to pair that with caps on house fees and stuff like that and other worker rights. But yeah, Savannah?
Can you tell them about back rent and what back rent is?
Okay, so basically, as I was saying earlier, it came to a point where like there was just no customers in the club, and it's very common where the club's like, no matter how many customers come in the club, you pay us $140 a shift, and then if you're scheduled 3 days a week, this is how it used to be. If you were scheduled 3 days a week, your rent was $140. And so say you couldn't pay out one day, they'd be like, oh, don't worry. We will take away the amount that you owe us if you work another day. Well, what if you come in on another day and it happens again? Then you're working 5 days a week, and 2 of those days you worked for free. So it's a complete Ponzi scheme. We complained about this right before COVID, and then during COVID, they said they were going to stop doing that. To my knowledge, because I've been routinely everybody that works at that company, they have not yet done back rent. However, they've increased other fees that we pay. So there's nothing we can do about it. They own almost all the clubs in Washington, and so we can't really go anywhere else because the zoning. That's the other thing. There's the alcohol, and then there's the zoning. The Supreme Court ruled a moratorium. In other words, you can't open another strip club as unconstitutional. But what all the cities have done is said that any new club has to be at least 600 or 800 feet away from a child use area. Everything is 600 or 800 feet away from a child use area, which is completely protecting Deja Vu's monopoly. So all the zoning all they're doing is protecting their monopoly, which is helping them exploit us. So the zoning laws, the ban on alcohol, and Savannah keeps saying that our field is legal. It actually is not. Like, for example, I mean, it is because a lot of people don't even know how strict the laws are in Washington. So some cops they're off duty. They come in and get a lap dance. They don't even know that they just experienced a totally illegal lap dance. But back in the day, they would actually arrest you. And I was actually arrested with several girls for giving a topless dance. They went to jail for a topless dance. But it gets more extreme than that. Outside of Seattle, there's at least 3 clubs operating outside of Seattle. And these cities outside of Seattle have actually made it illegal to dance even within 4 feet of the customer. but that's impossible. You can't make money doing that. And so around the clock, 24/7, people are breaking the laws. And it's not so much that we would get ticketed, you know. What really happens is that this protects these monopolies even more, because no potential owner wants to open up a club that might offer a better contract if he spends $1 million.
Okay, I just want to point something out. This woman is a stripper. And no offense to anyone who's ever been a stripper, I really don't take this personally. I don't think that strippers are the most high IQ people, right? You don't become a stripper if you're capable of doing something else. But what I think is interesting is this woman who is a stripper seems shockingly educated about the whole idea of workers' rights and solidarity and all of that stuff. And the reason that this person is probably using that type of language is not because that's something that they actually care about, but because they just wanted to be a fucking stripper and make money and be left alone. And they weren't allowed to do that because of all the reasons she's explaining. And then in order to advance her interests, she had to work with the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists in order to do stuff like this. And when she started working with the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists, they started teaching her all this socialist stuff. And that's where she got it from. So it's like, again, not only do we see they're trying to co-opt these movements, but it's like they're radicalizing people who, quite frankly, would not really, you know, gravitate towards this naturally. They're radicalizing them through virtue of like proximity. Does that make sense? All the uni students they're encountering, the surveys, etc., all political activists would be, so yeah. So it's like, if you're in proximity to someone, they have the ability to influence you. If you are not, this is like basic 101 level stuff. Like, it almost seems like silly that I have to say this, but if you don't have access to someone, they can't influence you. If you are going to someone's meetings, if you're going to their group's meetings and you're doing it over and over and over again, you're in proximity to those people. That's where they have the ability to influence you. Who's going out there and are active on college campuses? Who's going out there and are active in these types of communities? Who are going out there and organizing? It's the radical revolutionary far left. It's not that this woman is a socialist. I don't think she is, but because this is the socialists are the ones pushing this issue, it puts her in proximity to them, which is how she picks up these ideas.
Creating a club, and then it gets shut down by the city, because that's what's happened to about 5 or 6 different clubs in the last 10-20 years, is that the city all of a sudden decides to enforce the laws, they ticket enough girls, and then they shut the club down. So the criminalization of what we do is further protecting the monopolies along with zoning. And the alcohol, the ban on alcohol kind of forces them to extort us because they have no other way to make revenue. So those are the three main, those are our three main goals as SAW, is to get rid of the criminalization of the lap dance. We're just talking about a lap dance. And then get rid of the zoning that's protecting their monopoly, and then getting alcohol so that the club can make money, not on us. So that's what we're after. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to talk about. I think somebody mentioned something about women being vulnerable, and that's why they might be in this work. And I would like to say that I grew up, you know, seeing all these random images of sex workers, and it makes you put an idea in your head together about sex workers, that it's a vulnerable, exploited woman. But think about it, like, women have sex all the time. Women do sex, doesn't have to be sex. Women do sexual things all the time. It's just sometimes we want to get paid for it. And there's really no different, and I shouldn't say women, because there are people on all sides of the gender that do this type of work. And
all sides of the gender.
I'll say that just look out for all these images that you're seeing all the time in like media and movies and stuff like that. These are, I mean, our opponents are very good at putting these images in your head. Like, it is actually where I started working at Rick's in 2006. It was the most empowering platform I've ever been in. Like, you had so much power. It was so busy. If a guy said anything disrespectful to you, you could do whatever you wanted, you know? And so I just like to point that out, that women have sex, do sexual things all the time. We're just asking for an opportunity to get paid for it if we really like to do it. And so I would love to, Savannah, is there anything else you want to add or anything you think I should add?
No, I think we've been talking at these good people for a long time, and there was a lot of questions. I would love to see, there's a lot that we didn't cover that people asked, and so I want to see where we should go next.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. That was like such a wealth of really fascinating information, and I can tell that that's going to bring up some more questions.
Really
I think I already have more questions. Shira, I didn't get a chance to introduce you before we take a break. Can I just like say my introduction for you, just to say, recognize how awesome you are? Yeah.
Two more things that I just thought of.
Yeah.
One, I now am a mother of 2 kids. One's 5, one's a year old. This is the only job I can do that would cover my childcare. No other job I could do would cover my childcare. And 2, I bought a house. I bought 2 houses actually in 2006 and 2007 with this money. So this industry is empowering. But yes, go ahead and introduce me.
You can tell me if I'm off at all, but I just want to recognize that you're an awesome organizer too. So Shira Cole is a dancer and organizer with Working Washington Strippers Are Workers campaign. That's what Shira was saying when she was saying SAW stands for Strippers Are Workers. Through the campaign, she has advocated for stripper rights as workers' rights, for an end to the back rent system that unfairly saddles dancers with debt, for the repeal of restrictive ordinances and laws that impact strippers' financial security and safety, for anti-racism protections for dancers of color, for better health and safety measures for strippers in the workplace, and for worker-led policies created by strippers for strippers. And you can find out more about Shira and the Strippers Are Workers campaign at it's www.workingwa.org. And if you just Google Strippers Are Workers, you'll also find it there. Okay. I think without further ado, we should take a very short break and everybody can go.
That's the end of that presentation. All right. That was presentation number 1. That was not really all that socialist, if I'm honest about it. That's okay, because I think our main presentation is going to be extremely socialist. So that was, it was oddly non-socialist. It really was. I really hope that the socialists talk more about sex work in this presentation and less about borders and policing, but, we'll see. The next thing we're going to watch, guys, and this is going to be our main show for today, is a replay from the Socialism 2023 conference, and this is a presentation called Sex Work, Policing and Borders. And it says, for over a century, Western states have scapegoated Asian migrant sex working women as temptations or victims to justify tighter borders, anti-immigration restrictions, and more policing, yet these workers have been left out of social justice movements. We explore how solidarity with migrant sex workers can strengthen movements for migrant justice, the abolition of the police, prisons, borders, and racial capitalism. So a little bit of a different angle on this one, but hopefully they get into a whole bunch of issues. So we're going to be watching this one for the rest of our time together. Remember, guys, if you are new to Socialism Saturday, please let us know that you're new. If you have questions about what's going on, please ask questions. We like explaining things to new people. Don't be shy. There are no stupid questions. Just make sure you're asking it in good faith. If you don't ask it in good faith, we're going to have a problem. But if you're asking a question in good faith, we will answer all questions related to the topic tonight. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. Oh, right. Just fast forward a little bit to get to the beginning. I was at this event. This is the one I was undercover at in person. Not in this presentation, though. I didn't go to this. Oh, it looks like they're getting started.
Border can you hear me okay? Okay. Welcome to Sex Work, Policing, and Border Abolition. Hopefully all are in the right room. Very excited about this panel. Very excited to introduce our speakers. Before I go ahead and introduce them, I'm just going to read a couple of announcements, just conference-wide. And for those of you, anyone at their first session of the conference right now? Anyone? Okay, y'all been here. That's great too. So you've probably heard these before, but just as a reminder, all Socialism Conference attendees are required to wear masks, fully covering their nose and mouth while indoors in conference spaces, including hallways and meeting rooms. Speakers from the front of sessions may remove their masks in order to deliver their presentations, but only while actively speaking. And audience members are still required to wear masks, even while asking.
What do we know about socialists and mask wearing? Pop quiz for the chat. What do we know about socialists and mask wearing? This was in September of 2023. Last year, September of 2024, they still required masks. What do we know about socialists and mask wearing? It is an act of community care. It is about group care. It is about collective care, community care, collective care, collective care, collective care. They still do it because, first of all, no, it has nothing to do with that. No. Do not spew conservative talking points in my chat, Melody. They still do it because not only do socialists still believe that there is a pandemic, they also believe it is their responsibility to take care of everyone else. It's collective care. Everyone is responsible for the health of the collective. Masks reinforce solidarity and community care, but also still believe the pandemic. You see, Dragon Balls knows. Excellent answer, Dragon Balls. It's community care. Every time. Not just once, not just twice, not just during the pandemic. Every single time it is community care. Every time. So you got to learn that.
Questions or making comments. This mask policy is in place to protect all of us, especially immunocompromised folks, from the risk of contracting COVID-19. So I really appreciate y'all masking and everything. I know masks, outside in society, a lot of places no longer require it, but I really appreciate everyone's work to make this an accessible conference. And then the other thing is, you probably saw when you came in that folks are checking these badges or tickets. Conference Community Safety Plan relies on badge checkers at the door, and attendees are expected to wear their conference badges at all times to enter conference meeting rooms. Please respect the badge checkers and know that they are here to support a safe conference. And if you have any issues or you lose your badge or whatnot, you can always see registration and they can get it all sorted out. Okay, so those are the announcements. So I am going to go ahead and get started introducing the speakers. I don't think I introduced myself. My name is Nisha. I'm honored to be facilitating this panel. So excited to be here with y'all. And I have some books I want to hold up. So I'm just going to introduce these folks going down the line. Harsha Walia right here has been involved in migrant justice, anti-capitalist, feminist, abolitionist, and anti-imperialist movements for the past 2 decades. Her day job is in the anti-violence sector, serving survivors. She is also the award-winning author of Border and...
Melody. Why? I literally just asked you to stop pushing conservative talking points in my chat. Why? Do you think this matters? If you have a group of people that believes it is their responsibility to wear a mask to protect other people in the community, do you really think that this is going to change their mind? I'm waiting for an answer. I'm waiting for a yes or no answer from Melody. Do you really think this is going to change their mind? Did you know, excuse me, socialist, did you know that if you can smell food through your mask, that it's not very effective? Do you think the socialists are then going to rip off the mask and say, oh, thank God. Thank God someone told me. I didn't know that. That changes everything. That changes everything I believe about community care. That changes everything I believe about protecting other members of the collective. The fact that you just told me that if you can smell food through a mask, that it doesn't work, that's life changing. Do you think that's the way this works? I'm waiting for a yes or no. Because I need to know that you're listening. Because if you're not listening, there's no point. Waiting for a yes or no, Melody. Do you understand or don't you? If you don't understand, now is the perfect time to ask a question to make sure you understand. If you do understand, then you can say yes. I don't like being made to wait, Melody. Do you understand or don't you understand? We've stopped the whole stream just for you. Do you understand or don't you understand? This is a yes or no question. And if you do not understand, please ask a question to make it clear what you do not understand. I'm giving you 30 more seconds to respond to me. And you're not going to like the outcome if you don't, rather. Stop the entire stream just for this. Couldn't resist a debunk. Couldn't resist a debunk. It's a shame. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, last chance. All right, Melody, you're getting banned for 24 hours so that you will listen instead of talk. And if you ever come back to my stream and disrespect me like that again, then you'll be permanently banned. Let's continue.
Rule, global migration capitalism, and the rise of racist nationalism, as well as undoing border imperialism, which I think you have copies of.
Spill my beer. I was so mad.
Look it up later. Really recommend y'all checking out this book. There's lots of copies in the book room, so if you haven't got it yet, do that. Robin Maynard, right next to Harsha, is an activist scholar and assistant professor of Black feminisms in Canada at the University of Toronto. She has
Just so we're really clear what happened for new people, if you refuse to listen, then you will be forced into a position where the only thing that you can do is listen. If you refuse to answer questions when they're posed to you, then you will be put into a position where you're not allowed to speak unless I deem it so. This is what it means when I say I'm the queen fascist dictator of my YouTube channel. If you disrespect me, if you disrespect my audience, if you don't listen to things I'm saying, if you refuse to engage, we remove you.
Long history of political education and organizing in sex worker justice and anti-policing movements in Montreal and Toronto. And most recently, she contributed to the research and writing for the Defund the Police website and 2 toolkits, Building the World We Want, a roadmap to police-free futures in Canada, and What is Prison Abolition in Canada? Awesome. She is the award-winning and best-selling author of Policing Black Lives. Also, many copies in the book room. Check it out if you haven't already. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Is that good? Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Let me know if you can't hear me. Yeah, Policing Black Lives, check it out, as well as the co-author of this book, Rehearsals for a Living, which is really tremendous. If you haven't read it yet, it's an incredible book composed of letters. It's really, it's hard to even describe it. It's so the imagination in this book, and if you're somebody that's an abolitionist, if you're looking to imagine what that really means, what new worlds we could live in, read this book. It's beautiful. Okay. Chanel, right here next to Robin. Chanel Gallant is an author, activist, and movement strategist who has worked in the areas of sexuality and criminalization for over 2 decades. Her writing has appeared in Pleasure Activism, Beyond Survival,
Pleasure
Defund,
activism?
Disarm,
What is
Dismantle,
that?
Police Abolition in Canada, and Red Light Labor, Sex Work, Regulation, Agency, and Resistance. Chanel is on the national board for Showing Up for Racial Justice and has helped to support grassroots.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Do you guys know how David Hogg got elected to be vice chair of the DNC like a week ago? And I didn't think that was actually going to happen. I have to say, I was wrong about that. I did not think that David Hogg was actually going to win that election at all. So he's only been the vice chair of the DNC for a week. That's it. I just saw this on Twitter. The New York Post is reporting that DNC Vice Chair David Hogg, who has called for paying reparations to illegal aliens and abolishing the police, has been using DNC resources to solicit donations to a PAC he controls and uses to pay himself. David Hogg's only been the vice chair of the DNC for like a week. And he's already blatantly engaging in corruption to funnel DNC resources to himself. Oh, man.
Sex worker organizations internationally. She is co-writing her first book on migrant sex worker justice for Haymarket Books. So we're all really excited about that. Stay tuned. I'm sure it'll be coming out in the next very soon. So yeah, stay tuned. Not going to give a date, but get very excited, everyone. Okay. Finally, we have Elaine Lam, right next to Chanel, Executive Director of the grassroots organization Butterfly, Asian and Migrant Sex Workers Support Networks. Butterfly is a co-sponsor of the Socialism Conference, I believe. And Elaine has been involved in sex worker labor.
Wait, really? So fun fact, Ashley St. Clair blocked me yesterday because I called her a whore after she announced that she had Elon Musk's kid. And actually, you know what's so funny? Ashley hid my post on her post. So if you go under hide replies, it's one of only like 5 posts that she hid. So I said to Ashley St. Clair, I said, I suppose if you have to be a whore, Elon Musk is a pretty great choice to be a whore with because the payout is unmatched. Congratulations on your baby daddy. Enjoy the child support. And she blocked me and hid that reply so fucking quick. But I think that backfired because the reply has like 51,000 views. So I think people are going into Ashley's like hidden replies to see which reply she's hiding, and they find mine and they're like, oh. But now, I didn't know that Ashley was calling out Elon for not contacting her. Listen, man, listen, I'm going to say this. I don't know. I haven't seen her call out Elon for not contacting her, but like, you know what? I've met Ashley St. Clair in person. I don't hate the girl. I don't. I mean, she's obviously like a very sexy girl. Obviously, Elon wanted that on some level. But I have to say, like, I'm not even mad at Ashley because it really is the best thing that she could have aspired to, right? It's like, what other options did Ashley St. Clair have that were not becoming the baby mama of a billionaire to finance the rest of her life? I mean, oh, you got the quartering? I know this is off topic. We're going to go back to topic in a second, but, you know, Ashley may have blocked me and hid my reply, but, you know, I'm not actually mad at her for the game. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Ashley has been trying to snag Elon for a long time. You know what? Listen, it's important to have goals. It's like Ashley wanted to bang a billionaire and get him to pay for her for the rest of her life. She succeeded. Can you imagine how happy Ashley was the day that pregnancy test came back? And then it's like, did they do IVF? Because apparently like most of Elon's kids are conceived through IVF, but that's just like a weird conversation. Can you imagine? Like, did Ashley ask to have his kid? Did Elon proposition her to be like, Ashley, I want to IVF a baby into you? Like, how did he make that decision? Because I feel like if Elon had hung around conservative circles a little bit more, he would have learned that Ashley St. Clair is a whore. Like, again, I've known Ashley St. Clair for like, Ashley's a whore, man. Like, I mean, she just is. She just is. Like, I mean, and like, I think that people should own it. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. But like, maybe Elon should have like not been so quick to impregnate the whore. Like, but good for Ashley. Top gold digger. Top gold digger. You know what? She's set up for the rest of her life. You know, you can't be mad at it, I guess. Anyway, back to the show.
Migrant, gender, and racial justice movement for over 20 years. She is using creative ways to mobilize and organize the community. So a round of applause for all our speakers.
It is weird. Last thing I'll say on it. It is a little bit weird to like have met someone in person that's Elon Musk's baby mama. It's kind of a mind fuck. And all the conservatives that were coming up being like, Ashley, we're so happy for you. Congratulations on your expanding family. It's like, do conservatives, I swear this is the last thing I'm going to say, do conservatives have no self-awareness? Because it's like, Ashley St. Clair fucked a billionaire to get impregnated by him so that he would be on the hook for financing her life for the rest of her life so that she could be a single mother raising his 13th child with 4 fucking different women. It's like, and everyone's like just kissing her ass because they don't want to upset Elon. They're like, Ashley, this is so great and amazing, and you are so beautiful, and you are just so amazing. It's like, were you ever conservative? Did you ever have conservative values at all? Listen, I'm not a prude when it comes to sex at all, but I'm not a conservative. Like, but like all these conservatives, like, this is just so amazing. Ashley, you are just the best mother. And it doesn't even matter that you're a single mother with a billionaire baby daddy who's not even really going to be involved in the child's life. You are so amazing, Ashley. It's like, oh my God. You people are such frauds. You are such frauds. Anyway.
So if you all have been here, you probably have a sense of how this works, but speakers are going to speak for the first part, and then we'll have a session for folks to both comment as well as ask questions, share their own organizing, all of that. So yeah, very excited to get going. And who wants to go first?
Everything is fake. Everything is gay. Not in a good way.
Just want to encourage folks to move to the front too. It always gets really packed at the back, and then we're speaking to like half empty rows at the front. So if you're up for it, we'd love to encourage people to move forward. Thank you.
Yes, please come forward.
All right, can everybody hear me okay? Amazing, just flag me from the back if I move away from the microphone, it's a habit. So I'm really happy to be here with all of you, really happy to be at the Socialism Conference, which I call the Socialism Festival because it's very exciting and fun to be around so many anti-capitalist communities and communities of praxis all together for this gathering. And I'm really happy to be here specifically with Eileen and Chanel, whose book is going to be so exciting and so important. And you're actually looking at the forward, the book, and then the afterword. So here we are together in the large conglomeration. So I just want to encourage everyone to get this book when it comes out. It's going to be really valuable. So today, the way we decided to break it down is
guys.
I'll be talking about sex work, policing, and abolition a little bit, with Harsha then moving into sex work and border abolition, and then Chanel and Eileen really talking about what it means to be doing sex work abolition in praxis, working with migrant workers. So yesterday at the Abolition Feminisms Plenary, we were all reminded by Beth Ritchie about the importance of movement genealogies, of these small wins and losses along the way that might not necessarily mark any sort of large global history, but in the end still change the terrain of possibility. And something I was reflecting on and I've been thinking over in the last few days is how 2020 marked an important shift in a lot of, for many reasons, right? It changed the air, it changed the terrain of our political struggles. It massively changed the demands, at least, and brought up the much more widespread take-up of abolition, and specifically prison industrial complex abolition. And we saw a moment when the last few decades of political education really bubbled into the public domain and at the heart of the uprising.
Okay, as a reminder, when socialists use the term abolition, because any new people might not be familiar with that term, when they're using the term abolition, in a general sense, they mean to abolish capitalism, obviously, but in a more specific sense, the term abolition is almost always a reference to abolishing the prison industrial complex, because prison abolition is like one of the number one socialist demands. They want to get rid of all prisons. They want to get rid of all, they basically think that in a world under socialism, there will be no crime, which is, crazy, but we don't debunk here. That's what they believe. They want to get rid of all the police. They want to get rid of all the prisons. That is almost always what they're referring to when they say abolition, although sometimes they're sneaky and they use it to refer to other things, so you have to listen for contextual clues to figure out what they're actually referring to.
Right, that shifted a lot of anti-police and racial justice movements to end police killings, Justice Now, to end policing. So this is one that I think we shouldn't take for granted, even as we're in this moment of extreme backlash in 2023, when abortion rights, reproductive rights are under attack, trans people's existence is under attack, education about Black history is under attack.
Yeah,
the shift
everything's always
in
under
discourse
attack.
on the movement end is still something that's very remarkable. The movement from justice to abolition is something that we need to remember, that culturally has changed and will continue to change things in ways we can't even imagine. So not only did defund the police become widespread, but its deeper meaning, articulated by the Movement for Black Lives platform, by the Interrupting Criminalization platform that Andrea Ritchie and Mary Kamba have done so much powerful work on, by Black liberation movements across Canada that tell us it's not just shifting funds away from policing to supports, but ending police power, right? So practically decoupling police from schools, mental health response, decoupling police from immigration controls as crucial to what it means to envision police-free futures. In this moment of queer, Black, and multiracial uprisings against police killings, this articulation of never again was something that got very practical, because it meant getting to the root causes of police killings and the entire violence of the police apparatus. So never again also meant ending the criminalizing capacity of the state, right? So ending the war on poverty, ending the war on drugs, and ending the long-standing criminalization of sex workers. So in Canada, like in the United States, sex work is criminalized, and the enforcement of bylaws impacts migrant sex workers most intensively, but it's something that impacts sex workers across the board. In policing Black lives, I traced how, like in the United States, the criminalization of prostitution had been used to criminalize, after formal emancipation, to criminalize Black women for being in public space, Indigenous women for leaving reservations that they had been forced onto as their land was being actively stolen. The criminalization of sex work is still, in the contemporary moment, used as a kind of racial, gender, and economic control that has a disproportionate impact on people living in poverty. Black and Indigenous sex workers, especially cis and trans women, have long borne the brunt of police surveillance and enforcement around sex work and related laws and bylaws. So this is something, as we start to take very seriously the harms of criminalization, that is moving into the forefront, but it wasn't always that way. So I just wanted to trace a little bit of that genealogy. I'd spent many years involved in sex worker justice work. I used to work at a buy-and-for organization called Stella in Montreal, doing outreach with sex workers. And I was working there actually during the heyday of the decriminalization movement in Canada, which is where I met Chanel and Aline. I think we already knew each other. We've all been in conversation for many years, right? This is a moment when 3 sex workers, Terry Jean Bedford, Amy Leibovich, and Valerie Scott, were part of a legal struggle supported by sex workers across Canada to decriminalize sex work. Without getting into the details, I'll say that we won and then we lost at the level of the Supreme Court. It's longer than I can get into here, but we can talk about that if people have questions later. But what was really clear in that moment was that, unlike in the post-2020 time, the feminist movement, also many people who identified as prison industrial complex abolitionists, the broader left, were not only not supportive, but very hostile to the movement to decriminalize sex workers and sex workers' livelihoods. I remember viscerally being at a meeting of women's organizations, lefty women's organizations, and we were trying to navigate access for sex workers and other people to have access to shelters and other organizations, and getting ridiculed and almost laughed out of the room for talking about the needs of sex workers. They called me the pimp lobby, right? And they're self-identified. These are self-identified sex work abolitionists, right? That were a very important part of grassroots women's movements, who very much in a material.
So you just heard her say there, these are sex work abolitionists. So in that sense, what they're talking about is abolishing the criminalization around sex work. So that's where the term abolition gets a little bit tricky.
Way rejected the real demands of sex workers from lived reality over and over again. There's another moment I was just relaying to Harsha and Nisha about myself and an Indigenous sex worker being invited to an anarchist organization and movement, and they were going to take a position on sex work. And they invited us and they invited sex work abolitionists to do a debate, and then they would choose which position they would take. The abolitionists so they were choosing which abolitionists, right? And they ended up supporting the other ones. So, yes. So, and this is within living memory. At another moment, a high-profile abolitionist, who I won't name right now, tried to have myself and another Indigenous sex worker banned from an international abolitionist conference because we were going to be there criticizing the sex work abolitionist movement for going against the basic tenets of PIC abolition. What we were advancing, that criminalization is a kind of racial violence, is something that ought to be included within any abolitionist stance, and yet very much was not. So there's a long history of the relationship between sex work and abolition specifically. And it's important to remember the ways that feminists, leftists, and abolitionists had in many moments actually taken up the mantle of abolition to support the criminalization of poor, Indigenous, migrant, and Black women's lives and livelihoods who are working in informal economies. So we've called these the other abolitionists, right? So I think that now we call them carceral feminists, and that's more practical. But I still think it's helpful to remember that we were fighting over the use of the word, and they were winning. So when I lived in Quebec, PIC abolition was something that was close to my heart, but it's a word I rarely used because the implications meant something so different. And it was people were using it.
Oh, yeah? What evidence do you have of that? Do you have any evidence, or are you just doing pinky swear, trust me, bro? Because otherwise, I'm not really sure why the comment needs to be made. Most socialist events have sign language interpreters. Do you have some sort of hidden knowledge about whether or not that's real? It just seems a little bit superfluous, and I don't. Well, that's what sign language interpreters do. I mean, maybe you've never seen a sign language interpreter before. That's a different question, but that's literally what they do. Like, not just at socialist events, at all events.
Specifically to criminalize sex work out of existence. That is
Hey,
one
Tom, what is the definition of abolition? You want to bring things off topic? We'll bring it right back on topic. What is the definition of abolition? This is a question for Tom. This is only a question for Tom. What is the definition of abolition? Because I want to make sure you're listening, Tom, because if you're talking about things that have no relevance to anything, that makes me think that you're not listening. No, it's not just that they want zero cops. This is not the correct answer. So that makes me think that you're spending more energy trying to debunk and own the libs than you are in actually listening. The fact that you can't answer what abolition means. Because I literally just defined it like several times. So why weren't you listening? Do you want to try again? Next time you chat in an off-topic chat to try to dunk on the libs, remember that I'm going to put you on the spot and make sure you're listening to the important stuff, because if you aren't listening to the important stuff, there's really no reason to be here.
The meanings of abolition. And large, well-funded groups posing as feminists were and still are taking up the mantle of anti-slavery and mobilizing Black people's historic suffering to support a pro-criminalization agenda. And this is something we really need to be mindful of. So we as abolitionists have important historical touchstones, right? We have political and intellectual lineages of abolition.
Nope, also not the correct answer. Do you want to get timed out? If you don't want to listen, I will force you to listen, or you can leave, either way. Because you don't really seem to be learning the lesson yet. One more chat in like this, and you're going to get banned for 24 hours. If you do it again after that, then we will not see you anymore on this channel. The job is to listen. You are in my class. I am not in yours. Oh, you've been timed out? Oh, you're about to get timed out again. Goodbye, Tom. You're getting timed out for 24 hours. You ever disrespect me again, I will ban you on my channel permanently.
As a freedom-making praxis from and against captivity, from incarcerated radical traditions spanning jailbreakers like Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, to Black Power movement and prison rebellions at Attica, and the Women's House of Detention, where Angela Davis, Afeni Shakur both spent time locked up with many, many, many sex workers, organizing in and from prisons to create worlds where surveillance and captivity were not the status quo for Black people's lives. And yet, the other abolitionists, right, using abolition, using anti-trafficking, using the abolition of slavery to make themselves the inheritors of a particular historical tradition while working directly against it. So just one small example of that is during the decriminalization struggle, there was a conservative member of parliament, Joyce Smith, self-identified feminist, who invoked modern slavery to try to pass legislation criminalizing sex work and very much opposing us literally in court, and paralleled her work to the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade and across the Americas. This is something that's done widely across Canada, across the US. I think, Chanel, you have some really valuable examples in the upcoming book.
They're comparing sex work to the transatlantic slave trade. I just need to go back a little bit and listen to that again. While we were being distracted in the chat by things that don't matter, this is why we listen.
As feminists were and still are taking up the mantle of anti-slavery and mobilizing Black people's historic suffering to support a pro-criminalization agenda. And this is something we really need to be mindful of. So we as abolitionists have important historical touchstones, right? We have political and intellectual lineages of abolition as a freedom-making praxis from and against captivity, from incarcerated radical traditions spanning jailbreakers like Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, to Black Power movement and prison rebellions at Attica, and the Women's House of Detention, where Angela Davis, Afeni Shakur both spent time locked up with many, many, many sex workers, organizing in and from prisons to create worlds where surveillance and captivity were not the status quo for Black people's lives. And yet...
So the sex workers were in prison and they were organizing to make sure to try to abolish prisons because they didn't think they needed to be in prison for engaging in sex work.
The other abolitionists, right, using abolition, using anti-trafficking, using the abolition of slavery to make themselves the inheritors of a particular historical tradition while working directly against it. So just one small example of that is during the decriminalization struggle, there was a conservative member of parliament, Joyce Smith, self-identified feminist, who invoked modern slavery to try to pass legislation criminalizing sex work and very much opposing us literally in court, and paralleled her work to the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade and across the Americas. This is something that's done widely across Canada, across the US. I think, Chanel, you have some really valuable examples in the upcoming book. So I just think that I'll leave it there, but only to say that anti-sex work campaigners have campaigned for funding and legal reform without any tangible connection to Black political movements against state violence, and pushing for criminalization while undermining people who are actually the most harmed by the legacy, the carceral afterlife of slavery as it's really enacted in our everyday lives. So we have to be mindful of our feminisms. I say these histories, right, to remind us.
What is the carceral aspect of slavery? What does she mean by that? Pop quiz. Does anyone know? When she says the carceral afterlife of slavery, or the carceral aspect of slavery, do you guys know what she meant? Nope. Well, they do believe this, but that's not what she means. The carceral aspect of slavery. Or the carceral afterlife of slavery. Nope, that's not right. Hang on, listen again. Listen again. I need everyone to stop typing and I need everyone to start listening.
One small example of that is during the decriminalization struggle, there was a conservative member of parliament, Joyce Smith, self-identified feminist, who invoked modern slavery to try to pass legislation criminalizing sex work and very much opposing us literally in court, and paralleled her work to the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade and across the Americas. This is something that's done widely across Canada, across the US. I think, Chanel, you have some really valuable examples in the upcoming book. So I just think that I'll leave it there, but only to say that anti-sex work campaigners have campaigned for funding and legal reform without any tangible connection to Black political movements against state violence, and pushing for criminalization while undermining people who are actually the most harmed by the legacy, the carceral afterlife of slavery as it's really enacted in our everyday lives.
The carceral afterlife, yeah, you're about to get banned, bro. You're about to get banned on my Twitter. The carceral aspect of slavery, what does it mean? Nope, you guys aren't getting it right. Try again. I just played the whole thing for you. I'm going to my Twitter chat and to ban the person who's being uppity. And then I'm expecting answers. Nope. Not right, Jane. Nope. No. You didn't hear, no, bot, what the fuck? You didn't hear them say this. They said nothing of the sort. Stop just repeating talking points. I begged you guys to stop doing this shit. Stop just repeating talking points. The carceral afterlife of slavery. No, you didn't hear that. The carceral afterlife of slavery. Okay, that guy is now blocked in my Twitter. I'm starting to become really annoyed that you guys aren't getting this. Let's go back and listen again. We're doing it again.
Time locked up with many sex workers organizing in and from prisons to create worlds where surveillance and captivity were not the status quo for Black people's lives. And yet, the other abolitionists, right, using abolition, using anti-trafficking, using the abolition of slavery to make themselves the inheritors of a particular historical tradition while working directly against it. So just one small example of that is during the decriminalization struggle, there was a conservative member of parliament, Joyce Smith, self-identified feminist, who invoked modern slavery to try to pass legislation criminalizing sex work and very much opposing us literally in court, and paralleled her work to the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade and across the Americas. This is something that's done widely across Canada, across the US. I think, Chanel, you have some really valuable examples in the upcoming book. So I just think that I'll leave it there, but only to say that anti-sex work campaigners have campaigned for funding and legal reform without any tangible connection to Black political movements against state violence, and pushing for criminalization while undermining people who are actually the most harmed by the legacy, the carceral afterlife of slavery as it's really...
The carceral afterlife of slavery.
Campaigned for funding and legal reform without any tangible connection to Black political movements against state violence, and pushing for criminalization while undermining people who are actually the most harmed by the legacy, the carceral afterlife of slavery as it's really enacted in our everyday lives.
And this is why I tell you guys repeatedly to stop just repeating my talking points, because every single person who just repeated my talking points got it completely and totally wrong. Michelle is the closest to being right. So congratulations, Michelle. Even after slavery ended, its systems of control live on through prisons, policing, laws that still target and oppress Black people. This is basically the correct answer. In terms of what that means for sex work, what they're saying is that Black people are more likely to be targeted as sex workers, more likely to go to prison as sex workers because of the carceral afterlife of slavery. in general, they think, I mean, and this is just bear out, but it may not be for the reasons they think, that, you know, Black people are targeted by the police. This is why Black Lives Matter targeted the police for defunding the police, abolishing the police. This is why it's important that we know what abolition means. This is why it's important that we don't oh God, I'm banning more people in my Twitter chat. Oh my gosh, look at that. Tom, you're about to get banned as well. This is why it's important that the reason that the other Tom got in a 24-hour timeout is I repeatedly said, here's the definition of abolition, here's the definition of abolition. He couldn't get it right. Guess what? Because Tom didn't know the definition of abolition, then he's not going to understand what's even being said here. When they say the carceral afterlife of slavery, they mean that Black people are more likely to go to prison because of a systemically racist system caused by slavery. The sex work laws in particular, which is the topic of this presentation, target Black people explicitly. Well, he's not, the asshole over in the Twitter chat is not going to be here for long. He's about to get removed. Hang on, let me ban another person in my Twitter chat who is not smart enough to be here. Hang on. Just takes a minute to load. And now that person is banned. Let's go back to the chat. Just make sure we're removing all the stuff there. Because sadly, this is just what we have to deal with. This is just what we have to deal with when we have retards over on another platform who are not smart enough to be here. All right, there we go.
So we have to be mindful of our feminisms. I say these histories, right, to remind us we have to be mindful of a feminism or of a supposedly pro-worker struggle that co-opts the horrors of what has been and is being done to Black people, to push for the increased policing of women's, often Black, cis, and trans women's, often migrant women's workspaces and bodies. I wrote a few years ago, there's no place for an abolitionism that organizes for more and not less law enforcement in a context in which hundreds of thousands of Black lives have been lost to law enforcement or vigilantes in the United States and Canada. So I think that words are words, but they're also important to struggle over the meaning behind those words. Abolition feminism tells us that it's only allying ourselves to the state's war on Black women, on migrants, on sex working peoples that we can really deign to call ourselves abolitionists. So to bring us back to 2020, which changed the air, right, and changed the discourse, where the demands were clear: defund, dismantle, abolish, and build. This forced many organizations to take a stand and clarify their position on policing and criminalization across the board in many measures. So in many ways, it was a really clarifying and helpful moment. And we've seen a really important discursive victory about abolition, right? We don't get a lot of wins, so I think we should call this one what it is. The particular front over what abolition will mean in the world, its material implications, prison industrial complex abolition has taken the foreground. And I think most PIC abolitionists now understand that you can't have an exception clause when it comes to sex workers, right? That you can't have only criminalization here, but nowhere else. So I think that idea of an exception is no longer as widely accepted. The contradictions are much more apparent in this moment. So the last thing I'll say is that we shouldn't exaggerate that win, though it is an important one, because sex work prohibitionists, carceral feminists are as well funded as ever, perhaps more powerful. They lost the particular battle over semantics. They might have changed words, but they're keeping the same practice, using terms like anti-trafficking more than sex work abolition. But at the same time, that the work is still happening. I was visiting my dad in an independent living facility that he'd recently moved into, and like for a bunch of 80-year-olds living in this place, there was banners all over because they're having these anti-trafficking education systems, right? So this is something that's it's $1 billion industry, and it's a material reality that can't be underestimated because it's tied to legislative reform and it's tied to a pro-criminalization agenda. So prison industrial complex abolition matters more than ever, right? After 2020, we can't go back. It means the abolition of all carceral systems, policing, borders, child protections, with no exceptions for kinds of people or kind of work that we don't like.
Okay, there is the definition of abolition. Do you guys want me to hear that again? When socialists say abolition, what do they mean? Here's what they mean.
We can't go back. It means the abolition of all carceral systems, policing, borders, child protections, with no exceptions for kinds of people or kind of work that we don't like.
They mean the abolition of all carceral systems. They mean that means prisons, abolish all prisons, abolish all policing, abolish all borders, abolish all, when they say child protection, they mean child protective services. We don't talk a lot about this on this channel, but in general, socialists hate child protective services. They think it's an extension of the police. So when they say abolition, they mean all forms of prisons, all forms of policing, all forms of borders, all forms of child protective services. Does that, and it is not, and don't, the first person who says that this is about sexualizing children, you are going to get permanently banned. If one fucking person says that, you are going to get permanently banned, and I'm not fucking around. Does everyone understand this? Okay, I'm going to ask you guys to repeat back to me what I just said. What do they mean when they say abolition? Repeat it back. This is what we have to do because so many people refuse to listen that I now have to make sure you're repeating answers back to me to make sure that you are in fact listening. Because I don't want to have to keep defining this. Abolition means the abolition of all carceral systems. I would have preferred you said prisons. Abolish policing, abolish borders, abolish child protective services. Yup. I'm not, Renan, that's not a full answer. Not incomplete. No, wrong. Oh, you just said the thing I told you not to say. I'm very sorry. You're permanently banned. Goodbye. It's like people always try to test me with this. They really think that I'm not going to permanently ban them when I say, if you pull this typical conservative bullshit, I'm going to permanently ban you. And then they're like, oh yeah, you're not going to do it. And then they do exactly the thing I told them not to do. And then they get permanently banned and they wonder why they got permanently banned. Well, I told you not to do that shit. And there you were, you did it. No second chances when I say that shit, guys. I'm not messing around. Correct. Nope, incomplete. Not listening. Captain is not listening. Correct. Correct from Green-Eyed Lady. Correct from Nanopie. Yup. All right, well done.
So racial, gendered, and social justice means standing against all forms of criminalization as we work to build freer worlds. If you don't like the idea of sex work or drugs, for example, nonetheless, the fact that decriminalization is part of a larger abolitionist movement is something that we need to remember and not allow that to be co-opted back. This is part of a larger vision for a liberatory society. So I think the last thing I would say would just be to, again, highlight that ending policing means ending the policing of sex workers by cops, border guards, unions who don't respect that sex work is labor. And this is central to the integrity of our feminism, the integrity of our labor struggle, of an anti-capitalist struggle, and it's necessarily part of what it means to build an abolitionist and feminist society. Thank you.
I'm going to stay back here. Just get a little bit of distance here. Is it doing something down there? Oh, is this okay? Can you hear me? All right. How's everyone doing? Good morning, Socialism 2023. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for sharing time and conversations and practice together this morning. Huge thank you to Haymarket for bringing us together now, every year, and every time in between. So thank you to all of the organizers and all the labor and care that is going into this space, all the thoughtfulness. I appreciate it so very much.
Guys, I need to run to the little socialist room. I'm going to let this play. Oh, shit! What the hell?
Sharing time,
I didn't mean to do that.
And conversations and practice.
I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do whatever I just did. Anyway, I'm going to let this play. Take good notes. Let me know if I miss anything, and I will be right back.
Just together this morning. Huge thank you to Haymarket for bringing us together now, every year, and every time in between. So thank you to all of the organizers and all the labor and care that is going into this space, all the thoughtfulness. I appreciate it so very much. And I wanted to offer today 5 quick points regarding sex work, policing, and border abolition that I hope are complementary to Elaine, Chanel, and Robin's brilliance. We've already heard Robin's brilliance. And I want to be clear that I'm certainly not here as an expert. Elaine. That's why Elaine's here. And all my thinking comes from and alongside community networks and alongside comrades, including my friends and beloveds and teachers, Elaine, Robin, and Chanel, whom I have the honor and joy of being in conversation with today, for many, many decades before, through this upcoming book that everyone here is going to pick up, and so many more conversations to come. So I want to ask, this might sound weird, but anyone here go pee at the Chicago airport? Yeah, okay, so I don't know if you saw this, but I went to go pee at the bathroom, and I was reading the bottom of this poster as I was peeing, and I was so impressed because it said, the bottom of it said, NGO-run anonymous hotline in 160 languages. And I was like, whoa, what organization is running a 24/7 hotline in 160 languages? And I'm so incredibly impressed because I work in a frontline anti-violence organization, and we're struggling, we're under-resourced. We can't figure out how to run a 24/7 line in 160 languages. How did they pull this off? So, I wanted to figure out how they pulled this off. I read further, I Google, and I find out it's the National Trafficking Resourcing Center. And I'm like, oh, of course, it's the cops and the border guards funding this hotline.
Yeah, I want to make this point. Valium says, just like the cops, I don't like them either, but socialists are tricking you. I don't like the cops either. I think the cops are an organized gang. I am not a fan of the police. I'm not one of these back the blue people at all in any way. But this is one of those times where, we might technically agree with socialists on something, but it's very, very, very important to understand why. Because their why for wanting to abolish the police is completely different than our why. And that means they're going to do it in a different way. They're going to do different things with it. And just because we might agree on the issue of the police are bad, doesn't mean we all have the same reason for that. And it doesn't mean we do the same thing about it.
And that, very much explains it. And, the anti-trafficking industry, I give this, example because the anti-trafficking industry is no joke, right? Hundreds of millions of dollars go into this industry every single year. It's connected to...
Hey, I love music. Why do socialists want to legalize sex work? This is only for you. I love music. Are you paying attention? Why do socialists want to legalize sex work? That is a pop quiz only for you. We are stopping the entire stream just for you. I'll look forward to an answer. Why do socialists want to legalize sex work? I love music. Isn't it funny? Yeah. Yeah, you don't know the answer, do ya? Isn't it funny how every single time, literally every single time I see someone in the chat trying to dunk on the libs, that person is not listening to what is being said. See, you know what? Listen, I'll give you points. You said I don't know. That gets you points because you're admitting that you didn't know the answer. So, no ban for you. Just please listen to what's being said. This is not a time to dunk on the libs. This is a time to actually understand what's going on.
Organized networks of vigilante and legislative right-wing white supremacists and fascists. So yeah, Chicago, we are very much ready for this session today. So I want to start first by mapping a brief historical trajectory. Some of the very first immigration restrictions and border controls in the US were actually imposed on migrant women who were...
Listen, opening your mouth is not the problem. The problem is when you don't listen to the content because you're listening to dunk on the libs. I keep telling people to stop debunking. I tell people every single week, don't debunk them. Because I know exactly what's happening. You're listening for a chance to debunk them. You're not listening to what they're actually saying. You're not listening to what I'm teaching. There's a method to my madness. If I tell you to not debunk things, it's because I actually want you to learn something from this. If you're sitting here and you're watching socialism, it should be for a purpose, okay? So, opening your mouth is not the problem. Just follow the instructions I'm giving you. I'm giving them for a reason.
Or were deemed to be sex workers. The Page Act of 1875 preceded...
All right, do you want to do this exercise again? Because you just lost all the points. I don't give a flying fuck. You just lost all the points you gained by saying I don't know. I don't give a flying fuck if you think they're ugly. I don't give a flying fuck. It makes no fucking difference. They're fat. This is conservatives. They're fat and they're ugly and they have stupid haircuts. And then they win because on their team, no one is saying, they're ugly, they're fat, I don't want to sleep with them. Like, no one on their team is fucking doing that. That only happens on the right. That doesn't happen on the left. So now you are getting that time out. You're only going to get timed out for 5 minutes. When you come back, please shut the fuck up and start listening. And if you don't want to do that, then we really will remove you next time. I cannot. I swear to God. Just when I think we're making a modicum of progress, here we are. Thank you, conservatives, for this everlasting hell that you are putting me in.
Defeated the much more well-known 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, and the Page Act basically played on white, middle-class, anti-Chinese moral panics about so-called Chinese prostitution and opium dens to completely ban Chinese women deemed to be sex workers. Chinese migrant women were some of the first targets of anti-trafficking laws, subjected to immigration investigations on whether they were being trafficked for, quote, lewd and immoral purposes, unquote. Anti-Asian attacks that we see today stem from this legacy, this long legacy of anti-Asian sexual violence, imperialism, and control of working-class migrant sex workers. A few decades later, the US Congress passed, I shit you not, the White Slave Traffic in 1910. You heard that right, the White Slave Traffic Act, to target sex trafficking rings and to protect white girls from forced prostitution that they were lured into by supposedly foreign immigrant traffickers.
That seems like a good thing.
In Canada, too, legislation aimed at the so-called white slave trade placed restrictions on sex work and restricted immigration. This, as described by Robin Maynard and Naomi Sayers, paralleled the state regulation of Black and Indigenous women's sexuality under enslavement and settler colonialism. So we see today and historically that the criminalization of sex work and the criminalization of migration are gendered racial regimes that are not coincidental to, that are not parallel to, but rather are completely constituted through each other, right? So the criminalization of sex work and the criminalization of migration cannot be separated from one another. Second point, the decriminalization of sex work is absolutely a feminist issue. Of course, many gender essentialists, TERFs, and SWERFs, who shamefully, as Robin pointed out, call themselves sex work abolitionists, manipulate feminism through a lineage that is consistent with this history of the so-called white slave panic. However, we have to remember and we have to constantly assert that contrary to this white supremacist, anti-Black, colonial, bourgeois moralizing masquerading as feminism, I want to say it's masquerading as feminism, right? I refuse to cede this territory of feminism to this bullshit. We have an incredible living legacy of Black feminisms, of Marxist feminisms, of indigenous feminisms, of queer and trans feminisms, of third world feminisms, of abolitionist feminisms, of socialist feminisms, and so much more that locates the struggle of sex workers as central to feminist struggle. Sex worker analysis disrupts the cis heteropatriarchal model of marriage and the nuclear family. Patriarchy relies on privatized, cheapened.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that? What was that? Because that just sounded like my language. Again?
That locates the struggle of sex workers as central to feminist struggle. Sex worker analysis disrupts the cis heteropatriarchal model of marriage and the nuclear family. Patriarchy relies on privatized, cheapened, or often unwaged feminized labor, what feminists call the social reproduction of labor. Sex work simultaneously visibilizes and refuses the unfree condition of care work and the social reproduction of labor. This means that one of the pillars upholding gendered oppression is the oppression of sex workers, particularly Black, Indigenous, migrant, racialized, trans, working class sex workers.
Oh, okay. I need to get a clip of this. I need to, please God, let my clipping tool be working. Please God, let it be working. This is like fucking perfect. Come on, clippy tool. Come on. I believe in you, clipping tool. Oh, nope. Okay. Again, one more time. Try again. Try again. These are the moments that we live for. Clipping tool, come on. Don't fail me, clipping tool. Don't do this. I guess I can come back and do it later. It's not that big a deal, but... Oh, come on. Seriously? You were working earlier. Okay, I'm going to try one more time. I don't know why it's not working. It's open. Come on. Oh, no, it's not going to work. Okay, well, we're just going to let it play and I'll come back and clip it later. It's fine. It's fine. It failed us today, but that's okay. We can still listen. There's a lot here, guys. Yeah, nobody on the right knows about this because they don't listen. The clipping tool is struggle sessioning us. So true. So true.
Third world feminisms, of abolitionist feminisms, of socialist feminisms, and so much more that locates the struggle of sex workers as central to feminist struggle. Sex worker analysis disrupts the cis heteropatriarchal model of marriage and the nuclear family. Patriarchy relies on privatized, cheapened, or often unwaged feminized labor, what feminists call the social reproduction of labor. Sex work simultaneously visibilizes and refuses the unfree condition of care work and the social reproduction of labor. This means that one of the pillars upholding gendered oppression is the oppression of sex workers, particularly Black, Indigenous, migrant, racialized, trans, working class sex workers. Or put another way, sex work is not inherently exploitative because of patriarchy. Rather, patriarchal oppression is possible because of the punitive regulation of sex workers. Third.
That was so beautiful. That was just, it was everything all rolled up into one. Okay. 1 in the chat if you understood what she just said. 2 in the chat if you did not understand what she just said. We're going to go back and break it down. But I want to know how many people in the chat understood what she just said versus how many people in the chat did not understand what she just said. Lots of 1s in the chat. It's okay to be a 2, by the way, especially if you're relatively new. It's okay to be a 2 in the chat if you don't understand. Okay, Kevin Michael doesn't understand. Jane doesn't understand. That's okay. Yes, she says that sex work liberates women from the patriarchy. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Okay, let's go back and break it down. We're just going to break it down one by one.
Socialist feminisms, and so much more that locates the struggle of sex workers as central to feminist struggle. Sex worker analysis disrupts the cis heteropatriarchal model of marriage and the nuclear family.
Sex worker analysis disrupts the cis heteropatriarchal nuclear family. What does that mean? It means the nuclear family in which men are in the workplace and they have all the power and all the money, where women are in the home and they don't have any of the money and they're doing unpaid labor. Okay, that's what the patriarchy is. The patriarchy is the hierarchy in which men have all the power and the money and women have no power and no money and are relegated to the home. That's what the patriarchy means. They're saying that sex work disrupts this traditional patriarchal hierarchy, which keeps women in the home to do the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of socialist workers in the nuclear family. When she says social reproduction theory, and she's going to say that in a second, what she means is social systems like the nuclear family will reproduce themselves until they are disrupted. So sex work is a way that they're trying to disrupt the heteropatriarchal nuclear family. Okay? Yes, because sex work gives women access to money to bypass the patriarchal structure.
Patriarchy relies on privatized, cheapened, or often unwaged feminized labor.
Patriarchy relies on privatized, cheapened, or unwaged feminist labor. Sex work takes women out of that and gives them their own money and their own power.
Feminists call the social reproduction of labor. Sex work simultaneously visibilizes and refuses the unfree condition of care work and the social reproduction of labor.
So sex work goes against doing the unpaid labor of raising the nuclear family. If you're doing sex work, you're out doing that. You're not at home raising the family.
This means that one of the pillars upholding gendered oppression is the oppression of sex workers.
One of the pillars upholding the gendered oppression, that means the patriarchy, is the oppression of sex workers, because if you empower women to be sex workers, that takes them out of the patriarchy. It takes them out of the hierarchy. It gives them access to their own money and their own power that is not within the patriarchal hierarchy.
Particularly Black, Indigenous, migrant, racialized, trans, working class sex workers.
So then they name all of the oppressed categories, because in the world of socialists, all those oppressed categories, the Black, the trans, the migrant, etc., 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 they are particularly empowered by sex work because they are particularly oppressed by capitalism.
Or put another way, sex work is not inherently exploitative because of patriarchy. Rather, patriarchal oppression is possible because of the punitive regulation of sex workers.
So now they're saying that when we don't allow women to be sex workers, we are reinforcing the hierarchy. We are reinforcing the patriarchal struggle because we're taking away an option that they have to leave the patriarchal hierarchy.
Third,
does everyone understand that? That was a lot, but we just walked through it step by step. So essentially, socialists like sex work because it gives women an option to take themselves out of the oppressive, heteropatriarchal hierarchy that's been created by capitalism. It gives access to women having their, and I'm explaining their argument. I'm not saying what I believe. I'm explaining their argument. It gives women access to their own money that is separate from what they have access to via the husband. I'm going to let this play one more time so you guys can hear it again.
of queer and trans feminisms, of third world feminisms, of abolitionist feminisms, of socialist feminisms, and so much more that locates the struggle of sex workers as central to feminist struggle. Sex worker analysis disrupts the cis heteropatriarchal model of marriage and the nuclear family. Patriarchy relies on privatized, cheapened, or often unwaged feminized labor, what feminists call the social reproduction of labor. Sex work simultaneously visibilizes and refuses the unfree condition of care work and the social reproduction of labor. This means that one of the pillars upholding gendered oppression is the oppression of sex workers, particularly Black, Indigenous, migrant, racialized, trans, working class sex workers. Or put another way, sex work is not inherently exploitative because of patriarchy. Rather, patriarchal oppression is possible because of the punitive regulation of sex workers. Third, migrant sex.
Does everyone understand? I know that sounds complicated, but when you understand that they see sex work as liberatory for the patriarchy, then you basically have the key to the kingdom. Tolkien fan says it allows women to own autonomy separate from the hierarchy of patriarchy. That's exactly right. That's why they like sex work. Sex work gives women access to their own power and their own money separately from the patriarchy. It also goes against the traditional privatized nuclear family because obviously, if you're engaging in sex work, you are not in a monogamous relationship. Which they don't like monogamy. They think monogamy is a form of private property. Guys, got it? What a beautiful clip. That was perfect. Let's continue.
Sex worker struggles are central to struggles against gendered racial capitalism. Here I want to shout out M. Adams for naming gendered racial capitalism in the Portal Project conversations that we've been having, thanks to Barbara Ransby. The slogan, sex work as work, is an affirmation that sex workers belong in the house of labor. Rather than exceptionalizing sex work, we can think about it alongside many other forms of work, especially feminized, racialized work such as domestic and service work. Which means that, like any other association of workers, sex workers don't all need to love their job in order to collectively bargain or unionize or be respected as workers within labor struggles. We know that choice within capitalism is constrained for many. It is always racialized, always gendered, always sexualized. We must refuse dead-end debates about choice while affirming agency and self-determination and dignity that sex work can and does provide for many outside of conventionally disciplined work under capitalism. Empower, a Thai sex worker organization, asserts, quote, "We don't do sex work because we are poor. We do sex work to end our poverty."
Yes, you can ask what is potentially a stupid question, bot. Please go ahead. I'm a little scared, but please go ahead. Is sex work also kind of like the BDSM dictator of the proletariat because they too are in charge of sex? Well, actually, yeah, probably. Because when the woman is the sex worker, she's in charge of who the clients are, right? She gets to say no to clients. So it is actually probably like that. Yeah, that is actually, yeah, okay, that wasn't a stupid question at all. That was actually a shockingly salient point, bot. Thank you.
End quote. There is no way to homogenize the experience of all sex workers, and nor should we be attempting to do that. Instead, we can strengthen our solidarities as all of those selling and leveraging our labor under capitalism and stand with sex workers demanding the recognition of their labor rights. Fourth, the vulnerability of migrant sex workers is deliberately manufactured. The workings of gendered racial capitalism and gendered colonial violence necessarily means that most of the unsafe jobs on this planet, from garment work.
Guys, just don't ask permission, just ask the question. If I think it's a stupid question, I'm just going to ignore it. Okay, so the whole idea of the BDSM dictatorship of the proletariat is that it, and there's no reason I should know this, but in a BDSM relationship, the submissive is actually in charge because the submissive consents to everything. And so if the submissive withdraws their consent, then it just stops, right? So the submissive is the proletariat in this case, and they actually have all the power. So BDSM is quite literally a dictatorship of the proletariat. That's not the only reason that socialists like BDSM. They also think it allows them to enact capitalist hierarchies consensually. Like, really, that's actually what they think. But that's what we mean when we say that BDSM is a dictatorship of the proletariat. Because socialists are really into BDSM. Like, really into it. Green-eyed lady, ask your question anytime you're ready. Three feminists in Denmark made a book called The Whores Manifest. They talked a lot about patriarchy. Makes sense now. Thank you, Heinrich. I appreciate that. Hey, I don't know. Do you speak? Okay, obviously Denmark speaks Danish. Do you speak Dutch perchance? Because I just discovered a whole bunch of Dutch queer zines, and I need Dutch. It's Dutch. Yeah. I need someone to translate Dutch for me, essentially. All right, green-eyed lady, I guess we'll wait for your question, but we're going to let this play in the meantime.
To domestic work are done by racialized and migrant women and trans people, increasingly under conditions of indentureship. Sex work is not uniquely more or inherently dangerous.
Okay, this is actually legitimately a stupid question. Green-eyed lady, why is this a stupid question? You were actually, Bot was incorrect when she said hers was stupid. This is actually stupid, and you should know better. Why? Yeah, well, we're going to try that eventually, Sam, but not at first. Why is this a dumb question? Well, it was worth asking. Sometimes you guys know languages that are in your, Scandinavian region. Socialists want to abolish all gender. So, do they care if someone is male or female? No. No, green-eyed lady, this is a dumb answer. No. You know better than this. Green-eyed lady, do socialists believe in gender? Socialists want to abolish all gender. They don't care. And actually, if you had been listening in the first presentation, they literally said people of all gender. So they do not care if someone is male or female. The only people who care about male and female are conservatives. They believe gender is a social construct. They said all genders in the last presentation. They want to abolish the gender binary. So no, socialists do not care if someone is male or female. No. That's okay. That's okay. An acknowledgement of the mistake is important. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm really not trying to make you feel bad. But it's just like, if we make this memorable about why that was a stupid question, you are more likely to internalize it. You will remember for next time. It is done with love.
Work. Sex work exists on a spectrum of work that has been made dangerous through stigma, criminalization, moralizing patriarchy, rescue raids, colonial regulation, border controls, wage suppression, and unsafe work conditions. For migrant sex workers, precarious or illegalized immigration status compounds sexual, social, and state violence and drives them further underground. As Butterfly explains, that is the organization Elaine's going to be telling us so much more about, quote, Asian sex workers are once both isolated and targeted for violence. Asian sex workers are often the targets of investigations and are subjected to surveillance, arrest, harassment, detention, and deportation, end quote. So migrant sex work, and in fact all migrant work, relies on the border's production of deportability. Even though migrant workers are working in the same space as so-called citizen workers, the border is a race-making and labor-suppressing regime that enforces wage differentiation and labor abuse and social segregation. The precarity and disposability of migrant workers is because of their migrant status. The category of migrant work is a completely state-manufactured relation of difference. Ending the vulnerability and violence for migrant sex workers then does not mean more social worker rescue.
Hang on. Do they want to get rid of gender because of the patriarchy? No, they want to get rid of gender because they believe that gender is a social construct that has been created by capitalism. The patriarchy is the outcome of creating gender as a social construct that was created by capitalism. They want to get rid of gender because they believe it's the only way to create gender equity is to just get rid of it entirely, because it wouldn't exist if not for capitalism. The border makes races. Well, I don't think the border makes races. The border is private property, though. Private property has borders. These people don't believe in private property. I didn't hear her say the border makes races, but we can go back and let's listen again just for shits and giggles.
Arrest, harassment, detention, and deportation, end quote. So migrant sex work, and in fact all migrant work, relies on the border's production of deportability. Even though migrant workers are working in the same space as so-called citizen workers, the border is a race-making and labor-suppressing regime that enforces wage...
Actually, you know what, Fellium? You're right. She did say that. The border is race-making. Okay, so, well, to be fair... Okay, so here's the logic behind that. Leftists believe that race is a social construct. They don't believe that race is real. And so... this is why when we hear whiteness and blackness, it's not a reference to skin color. It's a reference to, are you the oppressor or are you the oppressed? Whiteness is a reference to the oppressor. Blackness is a reference to the oppressed, okay? They believe that race is made by capitalism. So when they say borders, and really good spot, by the way, because I didn't hear that and you did, so points for you. When they say that the border is race-making, they believe that borders are enforcement mechanisms of capitalism, capitalism being private property, so they probably believe that borders are reinforcing the social construct of race by separating people into oppressor versus oppressed. Really good spot, bro. Thank you for that. Thank you for calling that out.
Portability.
See, I want people to see, I'm not just a raging bitch. When someone catches something that I don't catch, I appreciate. Okay? So you get points for picking up on things that I didn't hear, because I don't hear everything either. I'm not perfect. Sometimes I make mistakes too. I had to learn socialism live on the internet. I didn't have anyone teaching me. Anyway.
Even though migrant workers are working in the same space as so-called citizen workers, the border is a race-making and labor-suppressing regime that enforces wage differentiation and labor abuse and social segregation. The precarity and disposability of migrant workers is because of their migrant status. The category of migrant work is a completely state-manufactured relation of difference.
Oh, wow.
Ending the vulnerability and violence for migrant sex workers then does not mean more social worker rescue programs or more surveillance and healthcare.
So Tiffanel over on Rumble is saying, so race is probably something they want to abolish in their abolitionist policy. Socialists believe that race will not exist once they abolish capitalism. This is why it's so important that people understand that whiteness is not a reference to skin color. Whiteness is always a reference to capitalism. Because socialists, they don't actually care about race. If you go to a socialist event, you will not actually hear race mentioned all that much. Now, if you watch libs of TikTok, you think that they hate white people and they denounce white people all the time. And that's just all they do all the time, is they have these segregated places where you have white people and black people, and the white people are all bad and the black people are all good. That's not actually what happens. They actually don't even talk about race, really. Because they believe that once capitalism gets abolished, race is a construct of capitalism, so therefore race will get abolished once capitalism gets abolished. Yeah, you get 10 points for every time you say something right, and you get negative 20 points for every time you say something retarded. That's actually a really good system. We should implement that.
Clinics or more anti-trafficking red flag trainings, which is a thing, or more cops on the block, or more punitive immigration restrictions. Instead, we need status for all migrant workers and labor protection for all migrant workers so they're able to live and work without fear. Migrant workers should also be able to fight for and access universal public services such as housing, healthcare, education, social security, and more. A socialist feminist horizon requires that we decriminalize sex work and decriminalize migration. As migrant sex worker networks in Europe's highlight, decriminalization of sex work alone would...
Tiffanel over on Rumble says, Carlin, have you mentioned to new people that communists have the same vocabulary but a different dictionary? You know, I stopped saying that after I realized that James Lindsay stole it from me. Like, okay, so I'm working on a book on this exact topic. It's called Re-Education, and I'm working on it, okay? I took a break from it to write the racism book. I'm working on it. I'm like an entire book about this topic. That's what I'm going to be doing for the rest of the night after this. But yes, I have said once or twice that communists share our vocabulary, but not our dictionary.
Quote, leave undocumented migrant sex workers or migrant sex workers who don't have work permits in a very similar position to the one we occupy today. Excluded from access to justice, exposed to violence and blackmail, and faced with limited survival options, end quote. To support the safety of migrant sex workers, we need full decriminalization of migration and the abolition of the border. My last point.
We need to abolish the border? Oh, snap. Okay, hang on.
In a very similar position to the one we occupy today. Excluded from access to justice, exposed to violence and blackmail, and faced with limited survival options, end quote. To support the safety of migrant sex workers, we need full decriminalization of migration and the abolition of the border.
The abolition of the border. Socialists do not believe in borders. They want all borders abolished because borders are enforcement mechanisms of capitalism or private property ownership. Cheering.
My last point, supporting migrant sex workers is completely synergistic with abolitionist politics. Migrant sex workers endure the intersection of policing, including the soft policing or so-called soft policing of social work rescuers, surveillance, immigration enforcement, child protection services, and municipal bylaw officers in a grinding web of carceral control. As abolitionists, we know that these systems increase harm and isolation, and that real safety lies in resourcing life-affirming institutions and ensuring that the conditions of sex work and migration are made less precarious and less restrictive. One of the carceral logics that we must urgently organize against right now is the harms of trafficking discourse and trafficking laws. The entire premise of anti-trafficking laws is that migrant sex work is coerced, and because women and girls are being so-called supposedly trafficked against their will, they must be sent back. In parts of India, for example, sex workers labeled as victims of trafficking are forcibly sent home to their villages or towns of origin from what's known as rescue shelters, and only when a parent or husband comes to collect them. Ironically, this kind of coerced rescue actually sounds a lot like trafficking. In the case of migrant sex workers, anti-trafficking is a guise for increasing policing, surveillance, deportation, and is a method of controlling the free movement and labor of migrant women.
Oh, wow. Oh, shit. They're saying that anti-trafficking laws actually reinforce the oppressive system. So what they're essentially saying is that they're not in favor of anti-sex trafficking laws. I'm pretty sure. That's a little much.
In parts of India, for example, sex workers labeled as victims of trafficking are forcibly sent home to their villages or towns of origin from what's known as rescue shelters, and only when a parent or husband comes to collect them. Ironically, this kind of coerced rescue actually sounds a lot like trafficking. In the case of migrant sex workers, anti-trafficking is a guise for increasing policing, surveillance, deportation, and is a method of...
Anti-trafficking is a guise for increasing deportation. I did not have that on my bingo card for tonight, I have to say.
Actually sounds a lot like trafficking. In the case of migrant sex workers, anti-trafficking is a guise for increasing policing, surveillance, deportation, and is a method of controlling the free movement and labor of migrant women.
Wow.
This state violence is gender-based violence. If you are a migrant sex worker caught up in a trafficking raid, you basically have two options: go further underground or cooperate as a trafficked victim. As a trafficking victim, you may get some temporary protection from the state, or more likely, you get deported because you were supposedly trafficked against your will to begin with. Since 2005 in Vancouver, where I reside, every time we have received calls after trafficking raid, it is the same heartbreaking and violent pattern. Like the oxymoron of feminist jails, these are supposedly feminist deportations. Criminalizing migration through trafficking in this way allows the state to emerge as the great rescuer, while leaving migrant sex workers and all migrants deemed sex workers more susceptible to violence and exploitation. And to add insult to injury, mimicking the horrific so-called white slave panic of earlier eras, trafficking discourses today are framed in the language of, quote, modern-day slavery. This white supremacist saviordom is a gross and glaring appropriation of Black liberation to do the very thing that abolition is opposed to: increased criminalization and violence. In the face of this, migrant sex worker organizing against trafficking laws highlights policing, borders, capitalism, imperialism, and oppression as the root causes of mass global displacement, migrant worker vulnerability, labor exploitation, debt bondage, etc. This grassroots organizing disrupts racial colonial modernity, the supposed poor racialized trafficked victim on the one hand, and the empowered autonomous middle-class white woman on the other. To conclude, migrant sex workers are not victims. Migrant sex work is often in itself an act of resistance to racial, gendered, class, and nationalist oppression. And migrant sex worker organizing is not a siloed or separate struggle. Migrant sex workers are at the heart of many of today's struggles. In global class struggles, organizing for labor rights, in feminist struggles for bodily autonomy, in abolitionist movements fighting against police, prison, and border controls, and cautioning us against carceral feminism and savior rescue politics, and in migrant justice struggles making the links between criminalization and illegalization. Migrant sex workers are also literally world-making, building incredibly large networks of community mutual aid and membership organizations with thousands of people, actualizing the slogan, who keeps us.
Migrant sex workers are so amazing. They're building these mutual aid organizations, and they're organizing and they're helping each other. Oh, man. They're fighting back against the evil capitalist system trying to oppress them, guys.
Abolitionist movements fighting against police, prison, and border controls, and cautioning us against carceral feminism and savior rescue politics, and in migrant justice struggles making the links between criminalization and illegalization. Migrant sex workers are also literally world-making, building incredibly large networks of community mutual aid and membership organizations with thousands of people, actualizing the slogan, who keeps us safe, through extensive safety planning, providing health and educational and care services to sex workers and their kin who are often cast out of state and social systems, and evading and defying carceral capitalist colonial power at every turn. This is abolitionist imagination as reality. Let me repeat, migrant sex worker organizing is abolitionist imagination as reality. This is abolition in our lifetime.
Wow! I love it when we find just these really crazy people. Liberating sex workers is literally abolition in our lifetime, guys. Yeah, sex work is resistance against the patriarchy, and migrant sex work is resistance against the class struggle. Welcome to socialism. Welcome to socialism. All right, let's keep going. I bet you would be, Bill. Never stick your dick in crazy, Bill. Don't make the Elon Musk mistake. Never stick your dick in crazy. Just don't do it. It's a bad idea.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me? First of all, holy shit, that was amazing.
It was amazing. It was
my
stunning
God.
and brave. They be snaps, queen.
It's so beautiful
Snaps,
and so powerful for me as someone who's been organizing in sex workers' rights for almost 20 years. It's so moving to me. It did move me to tears to hear you talk so powerfully about this political context that we know to be true. You know, I came into the movement trying to understand violence against sex workers, in particular the slaughter of sex workers in Vancouver, the downtown east side. And it's really through the kind of analyses that the movements you come out of that helped me to understand why. Why did this happen? Why was there such concentrated state resources that went into supporting violence against, in particular, it was Indigenous sex workers in Vancouver? And so to be sitting here with you, hearing you talk about the work that I'm about to interview Elaine about as revolutionary, as abolitionist, as feminist is just incredible.
Hang on. This is a dumb question. This is a really dumb question. Why is this a dumb question? She mentioned, you should know better. You've been around my channel long enough to know better. She mentioned abolishing the border. Does she mean the southern border? No, she doesn't. She means all borders. They believe that all borders, all borders, and not just borders around countries, borders around states, borders around counties, borders around towns, and borders around your house. When socialists say they want to abolish borders, they mean all borders. Socialists do not believe in private property of any kind. All country borders, all state borders, all county borders, all town borders, all home borders. They don't want you to own private property at all, in any way. Well, you should have known better. You've been around this channel long enough to know exactly what she means when she says borders. No, well, you can have a lock on your front door, but they don't think you're going to need it because they don't think there'll be crime under socialism.
Moving and beautiful, and I'm so grateful to have you be a part of the book we're working on too. Okay, hi everyone. So my name is Chanel, and Elaine Lamb is my co-author. We should talk about what the name of the book is. Right? Okay, so our book is called Not Your Rescue Project, Migrant Sex Workers Fighting for Justice.
Look at this woman.
And
this
Elaine
woman is
and I
crazy.
have been working together since about 2013, 2014.
10 years.
10 years. And I am going to just start by asking Elaine some questions about the work that she's done as a grassroots frontline organizer of migrant sex workers.
So this is also our book process. So it's like always have this like dialogue interview. Yes.
So I just want to start by saying, Elaine, you've done something that nearly no one has been able to do, which is to organize migrant Asian sex workers in highly criminalized environments, in massage parlors. Yes. Thank you. It's incredibly difficult organizing, and yet you've done it. You are doing it. How? Can you tell us a little bit about the work?
Yeah, and I think that maybe go to a little bit of my background. Before I moved to Canada, I was involved in the sex worker organizing when I was in Asia. So I got so much inspired and learned so much because, like, to be honest, when we have meeting, we don't use all the term abolitionists, you know, like, and imperialism, but actually is everyday sex worker, no matter there is language barrier.
No.
Sex worker.
No, wrong. They do not believe any borders should exist. The reality is there are probably more sex workers coming into the United States via the southern border than the northern border. But as I explicitly explained to you, and now you're trying to argue and you're trying to bargain, and I don't understand why you're doing that instead of just listening. As I and the chat explicitly explained, socialists do not believe in any borders around anything. So you can keep trying to rationalize and you can keep trying to justify instead of just accepting the answer that you have been given, not just by me, but by other people in the chat. But it is being really disrespectful to me and to the people in the chat who are trying to help you learn if you continue to double down on this. We took the time to pause the video. We took the time to explain it. You're not listening. You're not accepting the answer that's given. If you want to keep fighting, we can keep doing this, but I don't think it's going to work out well. Socialists and communists do not believe in private property ownership at all. They do not believe in borders at all. It does not matter if it is Mexico or Canada or anything else. They believe in zero borders. Borders are enforcement mechanisms of capitalism. They don't believe in borders around your house. They sure as shit don't believe in borders around the country.
From Cambodia, Thailand, Hong Kong, all the people come together. It's very clear, policing, prison, like criminal law is the biggest enemy, is the source of violence and also create a vulnerability. And also how the community have this creative, powerful organizing. So this is, I come from the background, is a lot of grassroots organizing. For example, any Indian sex work, when they are being discriminated so that like they cannot get the mortgage from the bank, they just build a co-op to do. And when the children being discriminated, cannot go to school, they cannot wear the shoes, they build their own school. You know, that is the way I come from, to see the power of the community. I also bought a little t-shirt, so it's from Empower. They use all these creative ways. Good girls go to
That is a
heaven,
tiny
bad girls go
t-shirt.
everywhere. So, and I think they don't use the language of liberation, but this is very important, different with, you know, that's way safer, and also feminists is talk about sex worker safety, how to protect you, right? Go everywhere. It's not only the body free from prison, but it's also the mind, you know, sexuality can be free, and I think this is also very important message. So that's why when I come to Canada, so you remember, so I just want to take a break, you know, like, and then when I came to Canada, like Robin said, like that was the constitution challenge. Sex worker has fight through the government in the court, and then Supreme Court say sex work, criminal law is unconstitutional. So this is what we have been fighting so long, decriminalization of sex work. So we think, oh, this is amazing. But what happened is when we work with the community, sex work is everywhere. So when I moved to Canada, I met the woman I was organizing in Hong Kong. And then what happened is they continue being arrested, detained, and deported, despite at that time they say criminal law is not like in place because there is the constitution challenge. And so they say that whether that would be possible, we just come together, organize to support each other and learn about what happened. And then we find out, so just like amazing speaker Robin and Harsha say, criminalization is more than criminal law, right? That all kind of
Hang on, I don't want to name over on Rumble says, I know they don't believe China is communist, but the woman's accent makes me wonder if there are any countries they think are doing it right. Well, no, they don't believe that China's communist. Felium is asking, is she Leninist or Maoist? I mean, we don't really know the answer to that, to be honest. Just because she has a Chinese accent doesn't mean she's a Maoist. At the end of the day, socialists believe that the only way for socialism or communism to work is for it to be global. So just because one country does socialism or communism doesn't mean they think that they're doing it quote unquote right. Because ultimately, if they don't have a global movement, they believe that country doing communism will fail because they are surrounded by capitalism. So the reason that socialists and communists want socialism in the United States is because they believe if they get the United States to fall, all other countries will fall. So that is actually the goal. That is why they're doing it here. That is why every time a conservative says, why don't they go to Venezuela? Why don't they go to Cuba? They're not going to do that because they believe if they can't get communism here, the rest of it's really a moot point. They have to get communism here to get it everywhere else. Well, Midwestern Marks are basically Stalinists, aren't they? Like they work with Haas, and Haas is a Stalinist.
Law, policing, surveillance can be used, continues to to make the workers be marginalized. So to be honest, I'm so honored to have a chance to work with the community, and particularly when I joined the sex worker movement in Canada at that time, it's like, why there are so many PhD, why is PhD? Like, talk about all this complicated term, right? What happened? And then if we want to beat the system, we need to mobilize everyone. So, and I think that when you organize a meeting, so what we do, we have food, we talk, so we have art, you with different way, and also particular for the most like marginalized, it's very difficult for to build a community. Doesn't mean that physical they need to move, right? So that's why we outreach and find different way to connect the workers. So we have the arts project, people share work, even they don't know each other, they don't see each other, but how they can build a sense of community. So this is what I learned from the organizing in Asia. So that's why I think using this approach, trying to like mobilize, and I see like even in US, like more like a group is also doing the similar work to how to do this grassroots organizing, and I think this is a huge missing piece, and I'm honored and lucky get so much support, work with the community. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I want to ask you, I want to ask Elaine to share some of the wins, because not one of the wins is just getting into the community and doing the organizing, but also Butterfly has been able to win material changes for migrant sex workers. So can you tell us a little bit about what that's looked like?
Yeah, and I think that we has so many levels. As the organizer, we know very well we are very difficult to beat this system. So we need to celebrate all the small wins, right? So even the first event, we have first migrant sex worker willing to come to meet other sex workers. This is a win, right? When we have the arts project, the workers use arts to, why we do arts? Because they're so boring at the place, right? And then when they do the drawing, painting, and then we flip, there is the empty page. Can you write something for other worker or to the community, right? This is a very powerful way they are willing to share the voices, and also to growing this collective power, willing to have gathering, learning from each other, talk about, and particularly when Butterfly first organized, there is two major issues. One is there is a lot of anti-trafficking raid. The police will go into place and they will ask, are you okay? Is anyone take your money? Anyone control you? If you say no, give me your passport. And then they will arrest and detain and deport it. And
take their money.
Yes, take their money. Yeah, and then so what they will be treated, even some of they suspect they are traffic victim. How they treated, they will handcuff them and have the chain, to put on the weight. And one of the example is the rape of a sex worker when she was sleeping, do not wear clothes. The police come in and then do not allow her to wear clothes, and then say, I'm come to help you. Are you safe? And then she say, are you okay? And say, I was okay before you came, right? And also the expanding of the social work, because the workers do not want to talk to the police. And then so there is the victim service. Talk to her, say, I come to help you. But the victim service sometimes is a police officer, but sometimes it's a social worker working with the police. And the phone, the money being taken away, and then the victim service give her a very shitty phone. So that even she's identified as a suspect traffic victim, now how she was cheated and the door was being broke down, and then they informed the landlord to evict her. She has no place to stay. And I don't know why all the violence against women organization, particularly gets government funding, think shelter is heaven. She was not only traumatized when she was detained in the police station, she was being wake up every hour because the police want to make sure she's okay. 36 hours, every hour is being wake up. And then after that, she was put in a shelter. And the shelter was one of the most traumatized experience she has experienced. So this is what had happened. And you asked about the win. I need to say so many things. It's like the win is so many levels. One is we organize the worker to know about what's the rate is going on, right? Instead of being arrest, that how they can play the role in certain way to get what you she want to get and minimize the harm, right? So
survival rate.
yes. So and then the other side is how we make more people to know. So that's why we have published a book, a report called Behind the Rescue. When you see like the police and VAW organization government say, we have cracked down our organized crime ring, rescue 10 people.
All right.
But
I'll be right back.
actually
Take good
happened
notes.
Before? The organized crime ring is the workers may work with their friends and their husband, help them to do advertisement, or they help the sister to send money home. This is an organized crime that they use this strong racist idea, Asian come together, and also like black people come together, become gangster organized crime, right? So, but they frame it this way in order to further increase the police power, because the investigation not only on site, they surveillance their phone and anyone connect them, and they also connect investigate all the bank, like some of the raid at the end, people, all the money, the house, no matter unofficially taken by the police or officially being like taken by the state. So that's why how to uncover what actually happened, to tell the people what is happened. I think this is so important and powerful. Don't underestimate that, because this is the way that you are. I need to go back. So that is very important part. Why? Because here is amazing. So many people are abolitionists. But then one of the reasons why we want to do the book is why so many people, particularly suppose on the left, is sitting on our opposite side, right? Why those violence against women organizations, they claim to care about the safety of the worker, they don't care about how the state violently treat the woman, just want to save them. Why the organization, indigenous organization, like racial justice organizations say, I'm against policing. Why you support the police to carry the rape in massage parlor to make sure the sex work is okay, right? What actually happened? So that's why I think we keep learning, but also keep continuous mobilizing, like migrant justice, racial justice, and one is build our solidarity, as Harsha and Robin say, is already people should be on our side to let them know what happened and how can be together. They are not allies. We are in your movement. You are in our movement. Our blood is together, right? It's not only allyship, it's we are together. We are one thing. But then how to make it happen? And I think this is very important piece. So one of the example is, Robin, we work on the Bill 251. So there's so many anti-trafficking policy keep coming up. We always lost, but at least that before is no one speak against the anti-trafficking policy publicly except the sex worker group. But then, for example, in City of Toronto, we have 20 groups say this is the policy harmful. So and then we keep mobilizing more different groups come together. And recently there is a bill, they claim that the sex worker, the trafficking law, they do not need any proof, can in the court, they can charge the people. So this is the first time we beat the bill, we really killed the bill, the committee of the parliament do not move forward of the bill. So it can't happen by only the activism of sex work. This is very important because over 150 organizations all across Canada is signing and telling the government you are wrong. And I think this is, and then how this organization speak out is because really need to support the grassroots organizing of the migrant sex worker to tell what actually happened and work together. So I think this is one of the example of the win, yeah.
I also just want to lift up, Butterfly has fought to stop the presence of immigration enforcement in municipal investigations in massage parlors in the City of Toronto. Butterfly has fought and win to overturn a rule that previously massage workers were not allowed to have locks on the doors of their treatment rooms. What do you think could go wrong in businesses that are being operated by, migrant women, often a cash-only business, where predators and police, and they're the same, know that women can't lock their doors? So Butterfly, one of the campaigns was to be able to lock the doors. Very basic material gains so that people can practice that personal safety. Like Harsha was saying, who keeps us safe? I mean, for migrant sex workers, it's just migrant sex workers keeping migrant sex workers safe.
May I add, like, because this conference love to talk about strategies, right? Like migrant sex worker actually is not so powerful. White women go to the room, people will listen, right? That what our strategy, like we are our end, but we have thousands of ends. So that we are the end. We are not like the bear can beat you, but then we are.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Okay, this is not like an official, like unofficial account or anything, but I'm looking now at a tweet from Elon Musk, and all the tweet says is wow. And it was today, literally today. Ashley St. Clair replied to Elon Musk today saying, Elon, we have been trying to communicate for the past several days and you have not responded. When are you going to reply to us instead of publicly responding to smears from an individual who posted photos of me in my underwear at 15 years old? I'm just going to pull up Ashley St. Clair's Twitter account real quick. Is this actually real? Did she actually do this? I don't know. I don't know if I believe this is real. I don't see it on her Twitter account. Drama's brewing. Anyway, back to this.
Yeah, the ants can bite your ass.
I hope she's done soon.
You feel so annoying, and we have thousands of ants keep biting you. So this is our strategies. It's like, for example, city organized meeting. We are not invited, but some of our allies they get invited. We just go inside. And Chanel have an example when City of Toronto is, of course, is provoked by the anti-trafficking movement. They say a lot of trafficking in massage parlor. City need to do something that increase the investigation of the law enforcement, and also that is also the discussion. They need to eliminate the massage parlor in Toronto. There is 2,000 massage workers work in 400 massage parlor, and so what they do is 300 people went to City Hall. Pack the City Hall, but not only the worker, but we have a lot of allies. But because people don't feel safe to have media, but then we just, even the city don't listen, but then it is a very important mobilizing push. And even it's the bylaw review, even it's talk about the law, but the worker keep bringing the agenda. It's so simple. We don't need police to protect the worker safety. You just allow us to lock the door. Right? Like that, and then because before the workers need to decide whether I was being robbed to give $500 or I locked the door being robbed by the government, get $1,000 fine, right? And then they say that the people who may harm them, they can, to use different practice to avoid that person come back again, right? But the law enforcement, they cannot stop it. So, and I think this is an example that how the win can be small but powerful, because this is a significant change of the relationship of the community. Particularly, many migrants, they don't feel they have a say in the policy-making process. They don't think that the demand can be heard and bring the change. We cannot bring the policy change because we don't able to win in the court by in the city by voting, but we win in the practice. Practical piece is important. They don't charge the people. And this mobilizing also encourage massage workers in other city to speak out, particularly some of the workers also move to other city. And I think this is, sorry, interrupt, but I mean that the process is so important. Don't underestimate all the small win, because come together can be very powerful.
just wondering how much time we have left, or if we should wrap and move to questions.
I think maybe we could do questions and then we could come back if
Okay.
you all want to respond.
Why don't,
to folks.
okay. Yeah, I'm going to say one thing, and then we're going to, okay. So, one of the things that,
Let's go to
Elaine and I, one of
questions.
the
I
reasons
like
we worked together is
questions.
when,
This is
she came to
boring.
Canada and started doing this work in the massage parlors. She was like, why are there so many people who should be on our side that aren't? Like, why are all these feminists and these violence against women organizations and other types of what should be leftist organizations opposed, like actually fighting quite hard against migrant sex worker campaigns? And we started talking about carceral feminism. And I think one of the things that I've heard here a few times, and I feel has really kind of been an underestimated opposition, are the power of white women in whitewashing right-wing positions as protection.
Yeah. White women
And
are
so
always the
for
problem.
myself, like in the work that we do, we're almost always
True.
up against white ladies. That's usually what we're dealing with: cops and white ladies.
True. Cops and white
because
ladies.
of the role of the white women, especially coming like a kind of carceral feminism that came out of 1970s white feminism that redefined slavery as sex work. And then this comes out of, like Harsha was talking about, the history of the white slavery panic, which became and was rebranded as the modern slavery panic, and is really founded on this re-articulation of slavery as non-racial and as actually just as now when sex work becomes slavery, then every other kind of work is no longer seen as compelled or coerced or exploitative. Every other kind of work and every other kind of profit is legitimized. And the only dangerous, suspicious, criminalizable, exploitative work is seen as in the sex industry. So of course this very much benefits the ruling class to redefine slavery this way. And so this is, I think, I want to mention this because this is sort of one of, I think, the reasons why we wanted to write the book, is we want to speak to the left that doesn't recognize the enemy within, which is the center-left liberal carceral feminist, who is pushing a very white supremacist agenda in the name of feminism. And it's also why I personally believe in the strategy of organizing white people and organizing white women, because we have to deal with the role and the power of white women in pushing these, very pro-capitalist and white supremacist agendas that are in the name of women's safety and women's justice. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I think that's why I really need to read the book.
They're not talking about conservative white women. They're talking about liberal white women. Socialists hate liberals. They especially hate liberal white women. They write entire books about how much they hate liberal white women. If you do not understand that socialists are not the same things as liberals, that is the first challenge you need to overcome.
Because I think in our dialogue we learn so much. We really see, like Carolee called it, anti-trafficking industrial complex, that how they keep benefit everyone, right? Police and the feminists, the NGOs, so that like why they become so powerful, because they are all benefit except the people really on the ground, and then they can like continues the violence in the name of protection. Like Robin and Harsha talk about like how this criminalization has been happening so long, but now it's continuous, but they don't say you're the bad woman, that I need to control you. They don't say you're immoral, but they say that, oh, you are so vulnerable, you need to protect, and I'm the safer, to do this thing. And then they continue to get the power, and nothing like difference. And they even can expand the border. For example, that by law now the CBSA can use protect the woman, that actually is expanding the bylaw. And also the social work, some of people also mentioned about the carceral system, by social work even more powerful sometimes than police, because they can go everywhere. And so, yeah.
Thank you all so much. Can we get another round of applause?
Hey, save your hearts. Do me a favor. Tell me what the left defines capitalism as. Because you're in my chat, you're not saying anything relevant, and you seem to think that you know everything. So can you tell us how the left defines capitalism, please? This is a question just for Save Your Heart. This isn't for anyone else. This is just for Save Your Heart. How does the left define capitalism? You know everything, so this should be an easy question. We're waiting for your answer. How does the left define capitalism, Save Your Heart? We're waiting for your answer. It's almost universally true that people who come into my chat claiming to know everything actually know nothing. No! Wrong! Wrong, Save Your Heart! Completely wrong! Do you want to try again? Do you want another try? Go ahead. You get one more. That is not the correct answer. So it kind of seems like maybe, just maybe, you don't know as much as you think you do. You know? Then what's the correct answer? You know? Then what's the correct answer? Oh, no, honey. No. You're not the one asking questions. I'm the one asking questions. How does the left define capitalism? Tell us. You know everything, right? You have nothing to learn here? How does the left define capitalism? You've already gotten it wrong once. Do you know the answer or don't you? My entire chat's going to school you in a second. You're going to feel really fucking stupid when my entire chat knows the answer that you don't know the answer to because you didn't fucking listen. Do you want to give it one more try? How does the left define capitalism? This is 101 level stuff, bro. If you don't know this, you know nothing. And if you know nothing, then you shouldn't be talking. You should be fucking listening. Oh, no! Completely fucking wrong. Completely fucking wrong. Chat, how does the left define capitalism? Let's educate our very ignorant visitor. How does the left... Nope, completely fucking wrong. How does the left define capitalism? Tiffanel over on Rumble already got it. Private property ownership, 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 private property ownership. Oh, look at how smart my chat is. Look at how smart my chat is. Private property ownership, motherfucker. Private property ownership. 101 level stuff. Isn't it funny that every single time someone shows up in the chat, pretending that they know everything, they in fact end up, oh, you're an idiot. Hey, guess what, Save Your Hearts? You just got permanently banned. Goodbye. Every time. Every single time one of these people ends up in my chat, they actually know nothing.
Applause for all of our speakers.
And by the way, Save Your Hearts didn't get banned for knowing nothing. Save Your Hearts got banned for insulting me when it was proven directly that they knew nothing.
Yeah, that was incredible. Definitely, yeah, stay tuned for Elaine and Chanel's book. I'm going to hold up these books again. Border and Rule, Rehearsals for Living, Policing Black Lives. Check these out. I also, before I start taking names for comments, I just wanted to also plug, so Harsha has very kindly offered to give out some free copies.
The ban does not prevent them from viewing videos. The ban just prevents them from chatting in and being annoying or leaving comments and being annoying.
Of her book, Border and Rule, at the end. So we'll wait till the very end when folks are walking out. It's first come, first served. So if you want a free book of Border and Rule, just come to the front at the very end. And yeah, I know it's gonna be a madhouse, but yeah. So okay. So now that that's out of the way, I'm gonna start taking names or folks who want to speak. So feel free to ask questions as well as just share your own organizing experiences.
Oh, good questions. We love
anything
Q&A.
like that. I'm gonna have folks come up to the mic if you can, just because then we'll be able to hear you better. It can be really hard to hear folks without the mic. I'm just going to call on folks buy an article of clothing to the best of my ability. So definitely.
Okay, so they're about to do progressive stack. Hey, Kate. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, so I just want to point something out. They're about to do progressive stack, which is so they're about to move into the Q&A section, and this person at the microphone is basically has asked the entire room who has questions, and everyone raises their hand that has questions, and then they put them in a specific order to come up to the microphone. And what you're going to hear is she's going to go around the room saying something like the comrade in the green shirt, the comrade wearing the red hat. They're going to physically describe people, but what you're not going to hear is the white comrade, the black comrade, the Asian comrade, the female comrade. You're not going to hear those types of identifiers because they don't use them. Everyone who thinks that the left cares about skin color, if the left really cared about skin color when they're doing this progressive stack thing, they would go the black guy, the black lady, the black trans lady, the white man, the white man, or like they would do those references. They don't. They say, and you're going to hear this, the person in the blue shirt, the person with the red handkerchief. They do things that are not descriptive of their physical appearance, because they don't actually care about skin color. Okay? Listen.
I know a lot of folks are going to want to speak. So I'm going to have folks just raise their hands, and you can raise your hands like at any point during other people speaking. I am going to be taking time. We are a little bit low on time, so I'm going to be keeping pretty rigorous time. It's not because I don't love what you're saying. I do, but I just want to make sure that as many people as possible get a chance to talk, as well as folks on the panel getting to respond at the very end. So when I say, or maybe I'll just do, can you guys hear, can you hear that? When I do that, that means finish the sentence and, don't start any new ones. Okay. All right. So I'll have the comrade right here raising your hand in the yellow shirt.
See?
You guys can line up at the mic. Comrade here and comrade here. And keep your hands raised if I haven't called on you yet.
Now, they will put the black person first. They will put the women ahead of the men. They will do that. But they don't call them out by that. You see the comrade in the yellow shirt, this comrade, that, and so they're pointing at people and just using an article of clothing.
Should I start?
Yeah, go for it.
Hello. So this question is directed towards Elaine. Thank you so much for everything you said. I just love hearing you talk. But so I was wondering how do you think Western US
Yes, the new book will be available in a paperback, much similar to the paperback that I have in my hand right now, except it won't have this proofing copy over the front of it. But yes, it will be available in a paperback starting on Tuesday.
America sex work organizing can learn from those in Asia, in your experience? And the context for this question being, I feel like there's this very common perception that radical discourse in the West, especially the US, is more ahead in terms of a linear progress than those in the global South, because US or the West supposedly has so much theory and has so many more new terms in terms of abolition and liberation. So I was wondering, in your experience, how us here situated in the West can learn from those in Asia.
They're going to take a bunch of questions. They're going to answer them all at once.
Take all the questions, respond.
Oh yeah, we're going to take a bunch and then we'll come back at the end. Go ahead.
Hey y'all, my name is Chicago. I'm an organizer in Houston. I organize around houseless issues, but I work with young kids. And the RTC, for those who don't know, an RTC is a residential treatment center. To kind of fast forward my question a little bit. So for kids who are in a residential treatment center, they have extreme needs.
No, illustration station didn't know. I'm not. I've said repeatedly, I'm not doing an audiobook right now. I may do an audiobook in the future, but I'm not doing one right this second.
All of my kids have been abused or experienced abuse in several different
you guys are looking forward to
forms
that. I
and
just
are
don't want
fleeing it. I was just wondering, and like in the influx of social media and stuff like that, and sex work becoming super popular, like gets popularized, and like, oh, you can do this as soon as you turn 18, da 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 da. A lot of my kids are victims of trafficking, abuse, assault, and all that. And I was just I guess, advice on like how to, advice on how to not talk to them, but how to organize with them, how to educate them better on autonomy and, the power of saying no. A lot of them do feel like still that, their body is not theirs at this moment, and that they, they can only take what they can get. And how do I, for the very few who haven't gone, how do I guess, derail them from taking that route if it is an option for them? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alejandro. I use they, them pronouns. I co-direct an org here called Lucy Parsons Labs, where we primarily look at investigating and countering the expansion of policing technology, especially surveillance apparatuses. I've been a big fan of all of your work for a long time, so I feel a little starstruck, but I've got a question here. Can you talk about, especially among migrant sex workers, non-state and non-corporate methods of resistance against the face of a rapidly expanding surveillance apparatus and a deepening data market that's inherently exploitative? Thank you.
Thank you. Just really quick, I had a comrade right in the second row here that had raised their hand. If you want to, and if there's anyone else, go ahead as well. Can line up. And go ahead. Sorry.
Hi, y'all. My name is Sarah. Thank y'all for such a wonderful panel. Big time admirers of all of you. I organize for abortion access in Texas, which I've been doing for about 5 years. And just this week, there's a new ordinance that was proposed that would make it illegal to transport abortion seekers on roads within city and county limits. This is being disguised as anti-trafficking, and it's making, it's obviously increasing the surveillance state in Texas, already extremely hostile towards abortion. But now there's a unique point where even the antis in this community, it's in a small town called Llano, even the antis are a little skittish about it. Even they are like, maybe this is taking it too far. And so my question is it worth it to engage with these antis? Where do I focus my energy? I mean, I live in Austin, a lot of liberal feminism. I'm like, do I focus on that instead and try and push them further to fight beyond just, liberal feminism, but also just to assess personal risk and fight for these communities that are being targeted by these ordinances? Please help.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Dana. Now that I'm standing up here, I feel like I should have written my question down. It's much more nerve-wracking to speak here. But to preface, I have no context, or I'm not well read on sex workers' struggle at all or the history of sex work, but it's something that I'm trying to get a better understanding of and kind of talk through with my peers. Another thing to add is that I recently joined the labor trades, which in the States here is a longer, more documented history of organizing. And my perspective of sex work is that it's work, and that's just that. It's with everything else. But I wanted to know if your perspective on what sex is has influenced at all how you organize and how you I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Feel free to raise hands while others are speaking if you'd like to come up next. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jo. I'm a massage therapist in New York and Massachusetts. And in New York, there's been discourse this year around decriminalizing sex work, and part of that is removing a massage license. So there's been obvious backlash from massage therapists. And I'm wondering if you have found allies in massage therapists, and kind of how we can work together better. And I'm wondering how to better talk to my colleagues about this issue and pull other massage therapists into this movement. And kind of breaking down the arbitrary boundaries between so-called therapeutic body work and sex work body work. And I'd just love to hear your perspective on that.
Therapeutic body work and sex work body work. Okay.
Hi, my name's Marlena. Thank you all for giving language and testimony to what's going on and connecting these information. And I am coming from Tucson, from the borderlands, Otham and Yaqui land. And I've done a lot of work with like search and rescue in the borderlands, but also in asylum shelters. And because of just like the asylum kind of movement started really grassroots. It was like people taking folks into their home, noticing that folks who got out of detention.
When she said radicalizing body work, what she means is making people who do massage and that type of thing far leftists.
Centers were just being left at bus stations, but as the numbers have increased because of all of these policies, that has transformed into this like NGO nonprofit style, and we see a lot of that, like I guess what white women think is care versus what is actually care, and kind of learning how to do care, and also not knowing what people need. But I guess when you start to see an organization kind of getting into that place where it becomes carceral and it becomes involved with the state, my question is like, not only how do you disrupt that if you are there, and when is the time that you leave and start like organizing people outside of that? And then how do you keep the cycle from repeating? So I guess my question is for all of you, but particularly Elaine, like when you started that work, like what did the very beginning look like? Thank you all so much.
So many excellent questions. Before we go back to the panel, does anyone else want to get any other questions or comments in there? We have a little bit of time. Yeah, go ahead.
So hi, my name is Eli. So in the U.S., a lot of the discourse around the border, of course, focuses on the southern border with Mexico. And you all coming from Canada, I'm interested to hear your perspective on the way that this issue specifically of
it's not
sex
just
work
about Mexico, you
criminalization
say?
specifically plays out along the U.S.-Canada border. I'm coming from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, relatively close to that border, and I realize that that's sort of a blind spot for me, and I'd like to know how I can sort of better support sex work decriminalization and other efforts against border violence in my region. Thank you.
I don't know how you guys are going to remember all of these questions, but hi, my name's Abby Higgins. I'm a journalist. Hi, Chanel. We spoke on the phone a few weeks ago. I cover gender and labor and health, and so I've done some coverage of sex worker organizing, which is what I chatted with Chanel about. I was curious about climate change and how all of you guys are thinking about the impacts that we're already seeing that are forcing more people to migrate. And obviously we're seeing the US government, rather than investing in ending the fossil fuel industry and building green infrastructure, we're seeing them put tons of money into further militarizing borders. And I would imagine probably using sex workers and human trafficking as a scapegoat to help fund those efforts. So yeah, curious about what impacts you're thinking about there, sort of like what things you're worried about in the horizon, but also if you're thinking about organizing opportunities, right? Crisis also can put attention on these issues and can breed creative organizing. Thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to ask about I guess connections between sex work organizing and other issues like transnational surrogacy and sex tourism.
Oh, that's an interesting question, actually. All right, answer the questions.
Thanks so much,
ladies.
everyone, for your questions. So I think we'll go back to the panel now, if that sounds good. Yeah, and we'll have them probably close out the end of the session, and then don't forget, I'm sure no one forgot about the free books feel free to come once we're done. Once we're totally done, feel free to come to the front if you want one of those. So thanks, everyone.
Yeah, I think, thank you for all the questions. They're very important and very powerful. But I just try to integrate, and then share what I think about. And thank you. You know, there is a lot of amazing other organizers, people are organizing Chinatown here, that is how to have this solidarity. Thank you, you are here. And so I think one thing is, sorry. One thing is what we can inspire by Asia. And I think it's different level. One is the relationship with people and state. The other is the resistance. When I moved to Canada, I don't know why there's so many regulations. Why I only have hot dog on the street? And only 4 kinds of sausage. And I don't know why all the people like so many models. When I go to meeting with the NGO government, is like, what kind of model are you using? And I think that the idea of
a meeting with an NGO, you say?
One is there is some idea that one box fits all. I think this is a so
I need
strong
to form my own
mentality.
NGO.
I found no matter
Well, not
what sector,
anymore.
even in the activism movement in Canada, in US, because it's so lean to that there is model that is working for everyone. But this is the postcard of butterfly. All the butterfly is unique. It's not possible. We can share the experience, but I think this is also related how we give our power to states to control our life, control our lifestyle, control our sexuality, control our relation, right? So, and I think that massage work is one of the very good example how different kind of law is used to criminalize the people in New York. As I don't remember wrongly, actually, if you offer massage, the penalty is more heavy than being a sex worker being charged by sex work law. So that's why some of the people do not offer sexual service. They will play the role as I am offer massage service. I do not offer massage service. Actually, I'm doing sex work. So, but then whole professionalization regulation is the powerful state.
We're not just massaging, we're
control
fucking.
to make certain form of
Just
work
so we're
is
clear, it's
under
not
the
massage,
model that
fucking.
continues the surveillance. Like, for example, the care work, right? Like the massage is related to care work. It's about the interaction of people. Why massage work is over-regulated is, of course, this is related to sex work. They want to control what happened in the room, so that how they extend the power of policing. And by regulating the massage parlor, not only can do this, but also uphold the white supremacy. Who can get the massage therapist license? When so many workers know how to massage so well, and this is 1,000 years knowledge from Asia, but they cannot do it. They cannot say they do massage work. It's because how the capital, racial capital, and the racial relationship is controlled, that they are keep being excluded in certain economic activity, and particularly those sectors they have more autonomy. So that's why go back the resistance, and I think yesterday we talked about that. The movement in it, because of the political system, that the community need to speak out in so many ways. Different country, even we say Asia is so different. But I think embrace the difference and really value to see the flexibility, how different community is using different way. Changing the law, changing policy is one strategy, but you see many community actually learn about the law, that how they can break it, right? So this is also very important strategies, how they can go around it, and that is how people can come together. And many of the work, from last year, I always hear the term mutual aid, right? It's popular in US. Now everyone is mutual aid for many years already. We share food, right? We share bed, this is our culture. And then it's oh, you don't do mutual care. What do you mean? We care about each other every day, but we don't use same as abolition, right? So that everyone think about how to kill the police system or whatever, but then may not use the language. And I think that the language is.
You'll never hear people making this argument, Kenneth, and I'm going to explain why. They don't mind that it's inherently exploitative because they say that it emphasizes that capitalism is inherently exploitative. So the reason that sex work is considered to be quote unquote inherently exploitative is because capitalism is inherently exploitative. So they feel like they're making the point, essentially. They don't exist. Not that I've heard.
Also continues, even activism, we need to admit that this is also the classism, how the academic institution, continues to create a layer of knowledge barrier and then so this is what Butterfly keep doing. We produce so much material because we really want to break the wall. Like we learn about racism is not learn about the definition of racism. We learn about racism by how racism play out every day. And we really see how the workers use the racism to flip the relationship. So for example, when the law enforcement come in, that how they can learn to have eye contact, because the law enforcement assume you don't have eye contact, you are problematic, right? And then only few English I know, please, to use this like stereotype to get that the power that they can, make them feel you don't have any problem, that they don't investigate you like. So, and I think this is the creative organizing that I think having more chance you to learn from each other and continues to build the power of our community. I think this is what I continues want to learn more. And I think Southern America also have amazing sex work organizing. They do football at Parliament. We don't only need policy paper to read in Parliament. They play football because like the place being shut down during the work like sport event. So sport is something proud. They use this like funny thing, to resist. And I think that how we continues to be creative and build the solidarity and power. But I think as what said earlier, how to just like yesterday, like how to center the most impacted voices, because they may use different way to express the voice. They don't speak.
This woman needs to stop talking. She's so boring. I'm sorry, guys, that we have to sit through this, but we don't know what's going to come next. So, good. Stop talking. Let someone else talk.
Okay, well, maybe I'm just going to actually re-mention some of the questions. So some of the other things, these are great questions, by the way. And I don't think we've ever been asked what we think sex is. But you know what? It's in the book. We actually do have to address it because of cultural differences around how we understand sex really affect its criminalization. Do you want to speak to that at all?
But I think that how sex, I think it's two way, how people understand sex differently. For example, the massage worker keep doing hand job, but they do not think they do anything related to sex, right? They can have the process very
a hand job is pretty related to sex, actually.
And sex work is so many layers, not only selling sex, but also relationship. But of course, sex is something the state want to control, right? We see how, like the trans people, the sex and sexuality, the state want to control. They want to intervene, just like Hasha said, how to use it continues to uphold this like free.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. She just gave me a hand job. Yeah, okay, that doesn't fly.
That, actually, Butterfly, we have amazing organizer. Her name called Mina. She do a lot of like consent workshop, sexuality workshop. And I think what I find is scaring is when I was in university is talk about liberating, talk about how women can be free, talk about how LGBT can be free. But now all the dialogue about gender-based violence, how you need to say no. When you don't know how to say yes, how you can say no, right? Like the say no behind is continues many particular get so much funding because they want to bring back that sex is something harmful, dangerous, dirty, in certain way, in different form, continues this moralistic idea what kind of sexuality relationship can be happen. And I think that having the room, different people, how they define sex and sex relationship, and I think this is an important piece. But of course, for sex worker can be a way of living, can be the enjoyment, but then can be something very detached to them, right? Some people just do the thing is nothing, more than like making money. So that I think that I don't know, I'm not.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we go into it too much, but basically we're like, there's how we understand sex is very cultural, and that for some seeing hand jobs, they don't see it as sexuality, or some people are like, sex is an asset that you trade. That's fine. There's no problem there. That's normal. Or that for some sex, having sex is like making a pizza. It doesn't feel very much like an internal part of their soul because that's also a cultural construction of how we understand sexuality.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think sex can be very powerful, that how you use the sex actually, and particularly how the woman body always being judged certain way, but how use that moment that you can be very powerful, proud of yourself, and right, that you can use sex actually cross these class lines. I use sex that people use sex can make money, can use sex to have like different like a social network, and I think this is so powerful piece. But we particularly now we often particular Me Too movement and all this like casual feminists continues provoke the fear and dangers of the sex and make us have lesser room to talk about it. And I think this is not only sex workers talk about it, but I think like whether the labor, we always ask, well, whether the labor organization talk about sex and like sexuality and sexual relationship and how to have fun, like that. I think this is something maybe you can think.
Yeah, this is cute because we've literally, I think, maybe never talked about sex in our work. We're more likely to talk about climate, which I think we should move to.
I make Chanel talk about sex with me all the time.
Yeah, I talk about sex with you privately. Just not usually.
Wow.
On a stage.
All right,
okay, so,
ladies.
Should we talk about climate? Before climate, so like Asian sex worker meeting is more fun because we have skill exchange, how to use the toe, to do the hand job.
What?
Hand, like that's kind of fun thing, like, like.
It's true, it's true.
Sorry, like climate is important.
Okay.
I didn't want to know.
Right.
Like
climate.
legitimately.
Okay, cool. So transitioning. I think it's important to talk about how sex work is a climate issue. So Abby asked us like basically, sex workers being turned into scapegoats, organizing opportunities around that. But just to kind of set the baseline, like something I've really learned from migrant movements is just the relationship between climate and mass involuntary migration. And that's actually the very direct link between migrant sex work and climate that I think is something we talk about a bit about in our book and is really important. What do you want to say about that?
Yeah, I think that how to find the interconnect, because that remind me many years actually there is a sex worker write a poem when the workplace being cracked down, so she wrote a poem so that like sex work is actually very simple and also very environmental protection, because what do you need? You just need a bed, right? And sometimes you even don't need a bed, but that whole process is create a lot of enjoyment, a lot of happiness, and then to use minimal ways to extract the resources from the world, but like by interaction of human that you create more happiness. So this is the poem inspire me a lot, because that how actually sex work can be connected to like so many like different thing, and I think this is what we need to thinking, how to build the intersect of like different movement, how we related to each other, right? Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of time do we have? We're done.
Are they done?
What do you like? I'm happy to like whatever you kind of want to close with. I'm done. No, I'm done.
They're arguing over who gets to close
Yeah, when
the
they're
meeting.
thinking what to talk about, I always have a lot of resources. Go to Butterfly websites. We have a lot of report. Please help us to share it, and so that we have like different flyer sticker. Please help to continue to share the message. As I said, like you are not only the allies of sex worker movement. Sex worker movement should be inside your movement, and your movement should be inside sex worker movement also. Thank you.
Is that it?
Thank you so much to all of you for being here. Thank you so much to our
Yay.
panelists. It was such an honor to be here with y'all.
I think that's it. We made it. We did 2 sex work presentations tonight, guys. Congratulations. Well done. We made it. And I want to congratulate everyone who made it to the very end. I know that was a long-ass stream. And guess what? Tomorrow we get the day off. because tomorrow we're going to be doing movie night. We still do have to do the queer bondage spy stream, and I'm trying to figure out when to do it. It feels wrong to do a queer bondage spy stream on Sunday. It just feels wrong. I don't want people to have to come back from church and go right into a queer bondage spy stream. But we are going to have the recordings next week, so we're going to do it. I'm still trying to figure out when. I promise we're going to do it. Trendolyn is keeping me updated on the status of the queer bondage spy stream. And so I will keep you guys updated. But the best place to get those updates is to head over to my main Substack. That is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. I will be posting the spy stream information there when we do eventually do the spy stream. But you're going to want to sign up as a supporter for $8 a month, $80 a year. That's going to give you access to the spy streams. It will also give you access to the supporter Discord. It will give you access to the community Zooms. We are watching Starman tomorrow night in the supporter Discord at 8 p.m. And then we do another movie night on Sunday at 9 p.m. If you want to support the work I'm doing, this is the very best place to do it. Head over there and get signed up, and then you get access to all your perks. Where you want to look for your perks is on Sunday. I do an email that looks a little bit like this. It's not this email because this was last week's email, but I'm going to do another one tomorrow. That is where you get all your supporter perks. You just scroll all the way down to the bottom of the email. And underneath this red box for people who are supporters, you will find your access information to the Discord, to the Zoom calls, to the Unwoke Art Store. You get a discount code there, all that good stuff. And so that will be coming out tomorrow. Also, as a reminder, you can still sign up for the Red Menace Collective. That is redmenacecollective.substack.com to get access to the digital copy of my book, A Brief History of Racism, which will be available to everyone on Amazon via a paperback just like this, or a digital version with a Kindle download on Tuesday. But if you can't wait till Tuesday, you want to access it now, you can get the digital copy on the Red Menace Collective as my thank you for funding my work and writing this book and allowing me to do this. And I really, really appreciate it. And that is all we have for tonight. That's it. We're done. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for meeting the super chat goal. I appreciate you. I will be back streaming on Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, and I will see you guys then. Take care, guys. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital. That's difficult to answer.